All right, cool. Here we go, right? 2005 preseason podcast. Back again with Chris, our new backup simmer, just in case I die. People have probably noticed that from
Thanks.
Spokane,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
and with Jacob from Kingston. So, welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, so we're gonna get started here again with the preseason podcast like we usually do, and do just a quick rundown of all the teams here in the big league, and uh, see what we think and how terribly off we are with our predictions as we go into our 2005 season. So always fun to do this preseason podcast. So I'm definitely looking forward to tonight. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. I had a very surprising season last year, so it was very good to. So I'm pumped to go over my team because I feel like I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back
we'll,
there
we'll
again.
we'll buckle up because as usual the ice conference is first
I know.
because
Damn.
they have won yet another championship. This time, not the Atlanta Smashers. Jason's reign of terror has finally ended. Um, but yeah, I know. Matt, New York, taking down the championship. Just had the preseason, or excuse me, the championship podcast earlier this week. If you guys haven't listened to that yet, but yeah, so we'll start off in the Sapphire tonight. Talk about those 7 teams. We'll go to the J division next, and then we will flip over to the Ruby and Topaz if we have time. If not, we'll probably pick this up tomorrow. So um, we are going to keep a timer tonight. Try to keep it limited to each team so we can keep this thing moving at a good pace. But yeah, before we get started, Jacob, Chris, do you have any thoughts or anything you want to add?
No, let's get to it. I'm ready to.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Let's talk
Sounds
about
good.
these teams.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, first up on the clock is our champions, the New York Griffins. Matt had a great season. He's been that franchise that's been one of the most consistent here since the inaugural season of the big league, and finally, knocked down that door and won his championship with what was probably his best regular season in 2004, on top of his great playoff run that got him that first title.
Yeah, it's a very solid team. Always made the playoffs every single season.
Yeah, and again, if anybody listened to the preseason, excuse me, the championship podcast, I think Matt plans to run it back again. He's got most of his core locked up for the next 2 seasons, actually. So he's not going anywhere. He's won 92 plus games the last 3 straight seasons. This came off a 100-win season. And he is going to be probably another, a top team again in the TBL in 2005. Looking at his core, he was talking about them. He's got Enrique Muniz, Gary Smith, and Omar Torres, I want to say, who've been with him pretty much all 4 years.
Yeah, he's got a lot of solid blocked up core from what he said. From this championship podcast, he's kept his core going, and
Yeah, I don't think he lost anyone besides like Nate Tester. So like it's pretty much the same team as last season, besides like a few touches around the edges here and there.
Yeah, and Tester didn't even put up that much WAR. I mean, for a catcher, anything terrible, because that position's so shallow. But yeah, he really didn't lose anybody. He didn't add anybody either. He's completely stacked in terms of his um, budget right now. Do you want to go to his front office page?
Yeah, I don't think he has any money. He's like spent to the limit.
Yeah, yeah, he's got the second highest budget, second highest payroll in the league. He does have, as I mentioned on the podcast, the earlier podcast this week too, 100 fan interest. So he's really done a great job in terms of really engaging and selling tickets. Which, again, when we're in a league where it's a revenue-based league, that's going to help him keep a high budget season after season, having that really good fan base. So yeah.
that must be nice.
Todd Graham, the second rated shortstop there in position rankings. You want to click into him? Yeah, he's only 26 years old. Kind of had a down year last year, actually, but Matt was talking about him as being a pretty important piece. He's got really great pitching. He talked about how he had drafted and in the inaugural draft like some really big hitting pieces, and then he really did trade for his pitching. Alex Lopez came through that Louisville trade. I believe Rosario in the
Spokane.
trade with Chris. Yep.
Yep,
So,
with me. I traded Rosario. It was, that was a move I made.
yeah.
But he says he fleeced me. I don't know.
It's hard to tell, right? Like some of those picks you just made, so who knows what they become. But you get a lot of assets for something, and
yeah, I wasn't winning then, so and he was just gonna leave me anyway. So get something for him at the time.
our first few years too. It's really every league's different online, and until our market kind of gets defined, it's kind of hard to say what a fleecing is.
Yeah, it's true. Very true. Yeah. So
Yeah, he's got his opening day roster, right? You want to go through and look at
yeah,
pitching
let's go
and
to
lineup?
his home screen.
So he's got Lopez 1, Rosario 2, so that's pretty good 1-2 punch.
He doesn't really have a bad starting pitcher. Like, there's no
leadoff
weak
hitters,
links.
Homer, Omar Torres, top 4. Todd Graham is the number 2 hitter.
Looks like he's got this young guy, Adam Carter, up in the number 5 spot, a lefty. See how that kind of plays out. Not fully developed yet, but did get some service time last year and in 2003. So hopefully he's a step away from developing. But looks like he still has Mike Harold, who he traded for me from last year. Yeah. What do you guys think of New York?
They're going to be good.
They're going to be good, like always.
Yeah, they're going to score a lot of runs. Their defense will be like decent, not great, but their pitching will be like top tier. So I don't know. They're just going to be good again.
He knows that he has to win 2 to be really.
I will say,
set the bar with winning 2.
Let's look at his studs real quick, because I mean, is that concerning? Like, look at these are his core guys that he said, and he's trying to keep the core alive as long. But click into these guys, like Munez. Year after year, his WAR's gone down, which it's hard to put up 8.5 every year, and then 6 and then 5. Right?
It's
Those
also
super solid seasons, but
start of the league, a replacement player is a lot worse the first year than they are like the 4th year.
yeah,
Right. So putting up that high a number is very difficult.
yeah.
Yeah, Alex Lopez. Pitching's tough, but it is.
Pitching depth has probably gotten
pitching
more,
depth. Like
so,
it's
yeah.
one of those. I felt like when this league first started, pitching was like I had like 20 over 20s in my starting lineup. I feel pretty good now, but
Yeah, it's caught up really quickly, I think.
yeah,
the pitching.
It's good. I'm glad. So.
All right, yeah. So, and really, New York doesn't have much of a system. He's talked about that in the podcast. We're at our 6 minutes, so we'll just wrap up his team real quick. He did just have an international free agent signing, and I'm pretty impressed with him. Carlos Nava. I don't know how much he bid on this guy, but he's the number 85 prospect, and he looks pretty good. OSA has him as a 60. I'm just going to say my scout personally has him as a 75. So, who knows?
Way to give up your cards. Way to give up your cards.
I'm not sharing. It's okay. I can share about my own perspectives.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, so he looks okay. But yeah, he's all about now, and I think he's a good team now. So
yeah, it's good now candidate. I agree with that statement.
Congrats to the champ.
He already had his own podcast, so we can.
Yeah, he had his own. He doesn't need any more time.
Right, exactly. So if we cut him short, that's no big deal.
Number 2 team in the Sapphire. Do you guys know who that was?
Montreal?
It was Montreal, and actually, oddly enough, Sapphire, even though they won the championship, only sent 2 teams to the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time that's happened.
I think they'd sent 4 the previous 3 years.
Yeah. Maybe once or twice the other team sent a wild card. I don't know.
It's like the Ruby division in our.
Pretty much, yeah.
New York had 101 wins last year, as you see here. Tim had 91 wins, so a very respectable season. Kind of continued on what Ben has built here and has made it a stronger, even better team, right? So he's been a pretty good GM since coming in. As we've talked about, the Sapphire divisions hasn't been a slouch for the first few years. So to make the playoffs and to make it outright, definitely an impressive season.
Yeah. How many? Oh, he's okay. He's made it to the playoffs 2 years in a row. I was gonna say, was it his first time making the playoffs? But it was.
It was
Second.
Tim's first time. So
Oh, it
I
was Tim's
think
first time.
Ben walked away after the season last year.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So Tim kind of kept that train rolling and made them an even better team by improving by 5 wins. So, and looking at Tim's offseason, he's lost a couple guys. He lost, some pitching. It looks like.
Yeah, some pitching depth.
Yeah, like his closer's gone. A pretty good relief pitcher in Jorge Lopez and Felix Almanzar. John Cloudis and Victor Diaz, some good starting pitching. But he's brought in some starting pitching to try to plug those holes. I think he's going to be a little bit shallower at pitching this year, unless he's brought up some young guys, which I haven't looked at. But look at that lineup; he's got a pretty sexy lineup in terms of position rankings.
Yeah. His bullpen's also nasty. Those Seth Clemens and Elmer Gonzalez, the two of them.
That's true. Yeah, I guess he had some depth. He had some people to lose because just so good.
Oh, and Tim Miller, Jesus, wait.
Compared to my bullpen, this is just like a monster.
That Aaron Petro,
like 35, 40s everywhere.
I like this feller.
Yeah, his fourth season already.
Young guy, he's got time to develop. Montreal's got some stuff going on here.
Yeah, I think they're going to be good again.
Me too.
He's got some good pieces, and then he's got some great pieces, right?
Yeah. He's got a decent starter at number 1. Solid number 2. Solid number 3. He's got one of my old guys, and yours too. There, Paul. I think. Well, he had. Yeah, he went to. He had 3 different teams last year. He went on a.
Yeah.
He went on a field trip.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was great too. He was great for me. I really liked having him on the team. If I wasn't a dumpster fire, I would have kept him.
Yeah, he was a solid addition at the trade deadline.
Look how many lefties this guy has in his lineup. Tim has in his lineup.
Wow. And a switchy.
He's pretty lefty heavy. Does that work well with this park? I haven't really looked at his factors.
It's info, right? Ballpark.
So yeah, I mean he's in a homer heavy park, that's for sure. That surprises me. I feel like Montreal's had such good pitching the first few years.
Yeah,
but
they've been deep.
Maybe that's just a testament to how good his pitchers really are,
Yeah.
Steve Moss is kind of the highlight, I would say, of his lineup or his team, in my opinion. The guy's only 20-something years old. Super young.
That guy has a really fun scouting history. He TCR'd the shit out of the inaugural draft.
Who's that? Steve Moss?
Yeah, he was like a 40 on draft day.
He's a round 80. He's an 80th round pick.
He TCR'd into an 80.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
He went from 3.4 to 4.7 WAR last year, so had a great season. Isn't even fully developed yet.
Gotta love it.
Isn't really a good outfielder. Doesn't have the range, so he might be more of a DH first baseman type. But
you can hide him at left.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
left field's the first base of outfield.
Yeah.
Which is funny. I always thought it was right field.
in high school,
because that's where I always played.
So yeah, he's good. I mean, his outfield's all over. Villarreal is pretty good. Allen's pretty
he doesn't have any weak links.
No,
like everybody in his roster is good.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd say maybe first base is kind of a question mark. It looks like he has a rookie that's going to be starting there. It
looks like his main guy is. Looks like his main guy is really out though.
That's yep. So So he's got a rookie leading off who is going to fill the gap for now, that lefty.
Let's see if he's got injuries here. Where is it? Team
Right
injuries.
above the check mark. Yeah.
There we go. He's got another guy out. So he had some preseason battle scars,
Yeah.
as we all did.
And so as we kind of joked last year on the podcast, the Sapphire division has like all the worst teams in terms of systems, but Montreal is actually the one team in this division that actually has had some prospects that have been sitting there and been developing. So outside of being a strong team right now, they might have more staying power than some of the other teams in the division who have a window. He might be able to have continuation on with his success.
Yeah, I think he's going to just continue on.
Looking at Travis Plath, he's the number 14 prospect in Sky right now. Sky, that's my other league in the TBL right now. Tom Larson, catcher, looks pretty good.
He might be able to play now.
Tom Larson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably wait. Just because he hasn't played even at like double or triple A yet, but I'm more of a slow crawl.
Let him cook, eh?
Yeah, I think.
He lets the pot sit.
Well, I just hate it when I bring a guy up and then they don't get there. It's the
Too good now.
I'm also a terrible GM, I think. So don't really take my advice.
I don't think it's a bad philosophy. But if he needs a bump from a catcher, then like that guy probably could play.
Yep. So yeah, Montreal about up on him, but any last thoughts on Tim's team? And
I think he's going to be another team that's going to compete in their division. Yeah. It's going to be a battle in New York and Montreal.
Yeah, I think they're super solid. I love his bullpen. He should have no problem in close games late. So, especially with all that hitting, they don't have a weak link in their lineup, it looks like. So I really like his team and what he's done.
Yeah, same. Yep. All right. Well, that would bring us on to team number 3 last year, and that was
Lehigh?
The Lehigh Valley Scrapples. So Kyle, I think, was hoping, he's had a lot of success since the league started. Was that the first time missing the postseason? I think so.
Yeah.
I think he had made it the first 3 seasons and then just missed last year. Pretty much collapsed, right? In September. He had like a 6-game lead in that wild card going into September and just couldn't hold on. And yeah, I think his team is in trouble now too. I think he missed that window. I think he was trying to make that last run last year and it just fell apart. But I've been wrong with Kyle's team before, so
what do you guys before? Think? You're right. You've been wrong before.
Been wrong most of the time.
Yeah.
Well, usually. He's got my favorite player in the league as his leadoff hitter now. Mr. Tony Apone.
Okay. Yep.
83 stolen bases last year for me.
Oh yeah, you have things to say here. You had a pretty big trade with Kyle.
Yes.
And we're gonna talk about your craziness.
But yeah, I know that he said that he loved Rich Gordon. Is this through the trade?
Yes.
Okay. If I remember correctly, one of the last streams we had with you, Jacob, it was let's go to Rich Gordon, please.
Yeah, Rich Gordon's sexy. Well, we're not looking at Rich Gordon because he's on Kingston now. But
let's talk about who he got. He got some guys like
Ponte and like McGoldrick. That's who he got back, right? And a bunch of prospects.
Yeah, he got back Apone, McGoldrick,
bunch of picks,
2 first-rounders, and Carl Symington.
And these 2 guys aren't slouches that you sent back. They put up. I keep losing the page here.
I think they put up 8 WAR,
3.9. Yeah, 8.2 WAR basically.
Yeah.
Between the 2 of them, I think my only beef is that they're both second basemen. Trying to figure out where to put them, right? and it doesn't really help your lineup depth overall. I feel like Aponte is not even really that great of a second baseman. Maybe you shift him to first.
Yeah, he can't
Well,
play
he's a DH
the field
right now.
really.
Yeah, DH or first. Yeah,
The 50 range isn't great.
but great hitter. Great hitter.
Gets on base and steals them.
Yeah, I noticed you really like that profile of hitter. Again, we'll get to your team in a bit, but those types of bars seem to be prevalent in your system, Jacob.
Yeah, that was by accident, to be honest. But they keep working for me, so I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah. But yeah, so he takes in these two guys, two second type guys. He still has Phil Crawhorn, who he traded for me, with me for last year, and I think Phil still a top hitter. Do you want to click into that?
Yeah, let's click into Phil.
So he's going to be hitting the middle lineup. I mean, definitely on the decline because he was an 80 overall, I think, last year. So, and he's getting up there in age. So I knew the end was coming. I think this is the last year of the
Poor
contract.
old Jelly
Two years.
Roll.
Traded him. Yeah, great name still.
Maybe put him in left field now, or make
Yeah.
him a DH. See a DH?
Well,
We've got him in right field.
yeah, he's in right field right now. I feel like he's a DH kind of guy. But again, if you have McGoldrick and Aponte, you have to figure that out. So Aponte's at DH right now.
Yep.
Who's he have clean up there? Who's Razzo?
David Razzo.
Let's see who else.
I think he got him from Las Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, trade with Las Vegas. Looks pretty mid. Doesn't look
It's all
great.
right. He can hit a couple home runs.
Yeah, I don't know. His pitching doesn't look that deep right now. I feel like he's lost a lot of people. And it's going to be a tough season in Lehigh.
Probably. They're not deep. Like, they still have some talent. They can, like, win some games. I don't think they'll be, like, world beaters like they have been in the past, though. He's just lost too many guys to free agency. So,
Yeah, I haven't looked at I haven't looked at what some of the other teams that we're going to look at, but I know that, I feel like Philly added a lot in free agency this year. I feel like Baltimore has always had a pretty healthy team lineup. So yeah, I feel like Lehigh is just kind of
I
taking
was
a
going to
step
say, did you just say Baltimore and healthy in the same sentence?
Talented. Yeah.
Get your words correct.
But yeah, outside of losing Rich Gordon though in that trade, he lost Tim Holdren to free agency, who's now in New Orleans, who's a stud. Omar Ramirez, a starting pitcher, who's now on Tampa Bay.
Tampa, yeah, he went to Tampa.
Lost some good bullpen pieces that kind of just like aged out. Not even Kosuke Suzuki. He's only a 40 overall, but he put up like 2 WAR last year. So Lehigh lost 19 WAR this
Wow.
offseason. He's only replaced 8 of it. So unless he's got some young guys to call up, and we know he doesn't. Again, I feel like he's gonna have some big gaps this year.
Yeah, I think he's got to become like a used car salesman and start trading everybody that he can worth anything, to be honest, and try to like kickstart a rebuild. I mean, he already has with Rich Gordon, but
Yeah,
keep it up, I think. But you never know.
he's got a few pieces in the minor league system,
So
but again,
what you guys are saying?
it's-
So what you guys are saying is Lehigh's on the outs.
well, we'll see, right? We'll do our rankings at the end, but I mean, I feel like they're gonna
That's what
maybe
I'm
not
catching.
be a
That's
500 team this year. We'll
That's
see.
the vibes I'm catching from you guys right now. So
Well, what's your opinion there?
yeah, I agree.
Way to take a stand. Yeah.
So brave of you.
I just he looks injured too. But are they the 4? Not that long. He lost to Frank Holmes for 5 months, but it's not too crazy. So yeah, I think he's gonna be not in the run anymore. I think he lost his window.
Yeah.
It's time to
I feel bad. Well,
bolster up.
I do and I don't, right? I feel bad because I made that Crawhorn trade to him. He gave me some good assets for that, and then he missed, right? Like, that
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
shitty. So I hope I'm wrong, Kyle. I
Yeah.
hope you make the playoffs. Hope you do a magical Tampa Bay run.
I mean, if Crawhorn has a good season, he can retain 50%, look to trade him at the deadline. So it's not all doom and gloom there.
No, for sure. And he's got other pieces to trade. So I mean, McGoldrick, excuse me, could be reflipped. So could Aponte
Yeah,
wanted to. So yeah,
we're shallow on second baseman.
and he got a treasure haul from you in that trade.
He sure did.
Draft.
Yeah.
So I think he's already started the rebuild in a sense, right? You
Yep.
don't really ship off Gordon. So, but we've gone too long. We've gone too long on Kyle. I think it's on to the next one. And that would be Baltimore Steve.
Steve, my favorite GM.
So Steve, again, another winning season. Last year, that team history right there, another missed playoff opportunity. Dude's been
That's
close, right?
brutal.
It is brutal because we know injuries have played a big role in that.
Oh
Because
Yeah.
injuries
you have a
It's
healthy
been like
Chris
2
Hanna that
games
gets a couple
out
more
every
wins
year.
every year. Yeah.
Well, actually, 03, I think he lost in game 163, but yeah, brutal.
I think this is the first year since 2001 where I don't like his lineup as much as I have in the past, but he's still, again, every single season he's put it up a really consistent team. His AAA team has won the championship or been really competitive every year, so he's got depth that he can bring up and plug holes with, I feel like.
I think he like looks at his AAA roster more than anybody else in the league. Like he is always talking about his Severna Park Black Knights. How
There's
they're doing.
a couple GMs in this league that are really meticulous about the minor league. There's
Yeah.
a couple who just need a nudge or two to field more than 8 players. So, you know, it's really very pretty greatly. But he actually, I don't even remember who, but he had a reliever on his AAA team last year where he's like a couple games out of the wild card. I'm like, why isn't this guy on the major league roster? And again, I'm a terrible GM, so I shouldn't question Steve. But yeah, we'll see. That just kind of popped in my head.
I'm glad you're a terrible GM.
I have to admit that because I haven't made the playoffs in 2 straight seasons. So that's going to be the narrative until I'm back in the postseason, which won't be this year probably. But hey, Steve had the MVP last year, right? Even though he's a
Yup.
DH, we gave him the MVP honors. He's second baseman technically, but he's playing DH right now. Jason Kolar.
That guy's insane.
Bobby Bow.
Yeah, he had an amazing season last year.
Yeah.
Led the league in walk
Woo.
back-to-back years. 25 years old.
And he's a prankster.
And
He's goofy in the locker room.
Yeah. Everybody loves him.
He's American Canadian. Bats left, throws right.
Yeah, I mean he hit what? He hit 312 last year.
That's ridiculous.
Don't know if he was fully developed, but he definitely is now. So yeah, he's gonna be a beast. I love guys with that eye discipline that's like maxed out. Like
Yeah, I mean, it's,
guy that can get on base like
I
that.
mean,
443
100
OBP.
like 215 or 25 walks in 2 years with a 443 on base percentage. Yeah, he's not just always on base. Imagine if he
Yeah.
had speed. Don't want to think about that. Imagine if he had speed.
Yeah, I'm glad he doesn't.
He'd be lethal.
You just have, I mean, other good pieces too. Willie Herrera, who's kind of a scroll guy at this point, gets injured a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As is the Baltimore way.
Yeah.
I don't really like his starting rotation. It's like a bunch
Carlos-
of guys who are pretty average. Like, there's not really a standout with Chris Hanna out, but his
Yeah.
bullpen's good. I think you should make Bobby Roberts a stopper, Steve. If you listen to this, you can get him more innings. Actually, does he get injured all the time? He only played 38. Oh, he might get injured all the time. Maybe it's a good idea you don't.
It actually looks like a lot of his starting pitchers too, right? Like they were the guys who won the championship in Severna last year, AAA team. Like it looks like Oaks was a AAA starter last year. Brett Myers was a AAA starter last year. Kenny Williams. 3 of his 5 guys started AAA last year. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a turnover in his starting rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I cut you off too. Sorry about that. George Newton, 5th ranked catcher. That guy looks pretty good. Really good catcher ability, and he looks like he has some decent hitting bars.
Yeah, for like the catchers in our league, that's way above average for like their batting. So yeah, that's pretty good.
It's got that
Something-
good old fan fave trait as well.
Something I don't look at a ton, but I've heard makes a pretty big difference in terms of results is catcher framing ability. I don't know if you guys ever looked at that.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, I need to start looking at that more because I've heard that can really make an impact on your pitching staff.
It does. So your guy Brian Gregory with like 80 catcher ability like saves your pitchers a lot, I think. He's been
Yeah.
like crazy.
Yeah, it's the only reason I re-signed him.
You
So bad offensively, but
take it.
yeah. All right. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, he's got a pretty good up and down lineup, don't you think? He's got the MVP in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah.
So I think he has a chance to be competitive again. It's going to be all about staying healthy. He's got a bunch of guys who get injured all the time. So if he can avoid getting like them all injured at the same time, maybe he makes the playoffs.
This is the year. I'm feeling it. This is the year for the Admirals.
I will say, I wouldn't say criticism, but Steve's been close several times, and he's never made that move at the deadline, right? Like he hasn't.
I can't remember the last time I saw him make a trade, to be honest.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe if he's close this year, if he
pulls the
thinks
trigger.
he has a chance, he
Yeah.
pulls the trigger. I feel like he gets to that point though, and he's got that kind of like that pessimistic attitude, and he thinks it's gonna fall apart, and he doesn't want to make that move, and then look down.
Yeah.
I get that reservation as well, but
It's
that would be the
difficult.
one kind of observation I have is his GM style so far. He hasn't made that big move.
Yeah.
I think he's tried though.
I don't know about that. I
think
tried
he
to give him
has.
Crowhorn last year, and he didn't have interest. So he could have collapsed like
He-
Lehigh
well,
and
he
missed that
knew.
opportunity.
He knew. He knew that.
He was further out too at the time, but yeah, no, I'm teasing, but he does have a really, really nice prospect that he just signed in 2003. I really like this guy, Fred Cox.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he's gonna be on base all the fucking time.
If I remember correctly, he said he didn't want to pick anybody at that pick and then ended up with that guy.
Huh. Yeah.
Disappointing.
15th overall. And
Yeah.
he can play corner outfield with that range. I mean, he's gonna make a lot of errors, but
Errors.
well, errors and arm suck, so that's a pretty bad combo, I think.
Put him in left field. Hide him. Then we just said it's in left field
Yeah.
to first base.
I mean, again,
look,
his position rating goes up to 70, so that range is like clearly the most important attribute.
Clearly. Yeah.
Those things.
Can he go and make the catch? I think that's all that matters when you go to left field.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Baltimore, and let's give Steve credit. His system's pretty good, I would actually say. If you look at his minor league system rankings, let's see, where is he ranked? He's actually 23rd out of 28 franchises, but that in the page or whatever that shows annual top systems, but that only takes into account top 100 prospects. If you look at his actual depth, like he has 23 top 500 prospects, and there's a lot of guys there that look like they're going to be major
regular
league
everyday guys, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he drafts really well. Like I was looking at the historical draft summary so far, and I think he's like second or third in like total WAR from drafting already. So
that's impressive.
Yeah.
I will say, of course, he missed. I know he missed the list in the inaugural season, but that is a funny statement because he did draft Chris Hanna with the first pick ever, and we've seen how that worked out. But, yeah, but no, I have to agree with you. He's got super good depth in his system.
Yeah,
so, kind of sneaky good.
I agree.
That's the timer on Baltimore. Any last thoughts?
Make a trade, Steve. Go for it. Don't be afraid.
Yeah.
I believe in your team, dude. I believe.
Stay healthy.
That's the other thing about having a lot of assets, right? He has the opportunity to make that move.
Yeah.
He's got pieces that he could ship off. There's got to be some depth in there that's like repetitive that he could ship off. So, all right, who's next?
Somerville?
Oh, Somerville is next, and we have to give. I have to start things off and give um, Somerville some credit because last year we got the order wrong in terms of doing the podcast. Somerville, I think, finished in second last year, and we said they had finished third. So
Uh-oh.
I'm just correcting the record.
Covering your bases.
So, yeah. So yeah, let's take a look at JR's team and see what we think this year. Somerville's been all over the place. They're so hard to predict, right? Playoff team
Yeah.
2001,
Yeah.
playoff team 2003, missed the other 2 seasons. Yeah, they've got some good pieces. It's a super hard team to figure out for me. What do you guys think of Somerville?
I mean, I think he's got a really good pitcher in DJ Marksberry.
Yes,
Like he's
Mark
the
Sperry's
man.
a stud. I didn't realize Mark Sperry's been on the money line his entire career. I thought he changed hands, but yeah, he's been one of my favorite pitchers in the league.
Yeah.
I need more Twitter updates about DJ Marksberry.
He's
JR.
funny there.
Yeah.
He's funny.
Yeah, I loved it. I definitely loved that shit. I don't do it myself, so I can't really say anything, but I always
Yeah,
thought
whenever I see those updates, I'm like, oh.
but yeah, so Mark Sperry's a stud. He does have some other really good pieces, right? I remember he traded for Bill Rowe from Indy at one point.
Denver, I think.
Denver, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, back in the Hemlock days.
Denver, yeah.
Was that Hemlock that traded Bill Rowe though, or
Yeah.
I know Joe dumped a bunch of guys too.
Or maybe it was. I thought it was. Yeah, you might be right. It might be thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, well, did we have an interim Denver?
Let's see,
Before
Bill
Joe?
Rowe, 2003. So I want to say that was Joe. That was last year.
Yeah, that was. Thinking of somebody else then. Oh, I'm thinking of Chris Jackson.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, let's see. I don't think Somerville or has Somerville exported yet? Did we? Did. So it looks like he may be rocking a 6-man rotation going into the season.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love a good 6-man.
And he's got some pretty good arms in there actually, and some pretty young arms that are going to be trying to.
Yeah, they're all close to being
Mark.
like fully developed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Warren
we'll
Center,
see.
like really good ERA last year, only a couple innings.
I like Blake Peterson. He looks pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And
I
again,
like him
it's
too.
crazy to see. Man, it's always so weird to see them like so under. Still, he's 26. This is going to be his 3rd season, and he's pitched almost 200 innings, 2 straight seasons. You think that would have filled in?
Yeah, it's like what the hell?
We need
What else do we need from
Put up
him?
some numbers, right? You know. So,
He needs like 5 more innings, and then we'll decide.
hashtag
if we
ratings
move on.
don't matter.
Yup.
Yeah.
Even DJ Marksberry is 20. DJ Marksberry, dude, has what the fuck, dude? DJ Marksberry won the Pitcher of the Year award 2001. He's a 60 of 70 overall. He's not filled in.
Yeah, he's only putting up 10 Ks
Well,
per
I
nine.
will say this though: his scouting accuracy is low.
Yeah.
And I believe when we're in the beginning of the opening season, so it's always ratings are like there's like a fog of war over it.
I'll say again, I'll sneak peek my scout. My head scout has him as very high, and it's 70 of 75. He's just
Me
not
too.
in. And
Yeah.
this is going to be his 5th season.
Yeah,
So
he's just a nasty player.
I don't get like how can his rating not be filled in though? I don't see any individual stat that's not filled. You know what I mean? Like all his bars are full. I don't really understand how that works.
I don't either, so I just ignore them entirely.
Yes, good call. I'm gonna put a piece of tape on the middle of my screen. So yeah, his starting rotation looks like it's gonna be pretty good. Back end of his bullpen looks pretty good, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really like his bats. Like Bill Rowe's good, so is
how
Nelson Reyes, but I don't know. The rest of it I'm kind of just about across the board, so
I feel like that's consistently been his problem. Just like not a great offense. I honestly don't know how he won 93 games in 2003. I don't remember that team. as
I
well,
think
guess.
they were like 9 games over their Pythag. I
Yeah.
think they got really lucky.
They had a really, really hot beginning of the season. I think they held.
That's right. Yeah.
Lead led the division for like 2 sims or something like that. I believe
you
New York
can't.
overtook them.
You definitely can't discredit what JR has done, though, right? Making the playoffs
No.
twice in the Sapphire. So
Yeah, that is pretty
and-
impressive. That's a good point.
And I am going to give him his props. He's one of the, I want to say 5 or 6 GMs who's been here since the beginning and has not missed a fucking export. So
Ooh.
super engaged and tinkering, and so when you're making those micro adjustments and making the playoffs, you got to get your credit, right? So,
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
yeah.
Love to see that.
Another team chocked full of lefties in the lineup, right? Like lineup.
Oof. Look at all them lefties.
5 lefties, 4 righties, and it's just 2, 3, 4, 5, all left-handed.
Left-handed catcher as well. Wow.
JR's another GM that I would say has actually a deeper system than you would think. He's towards the bottom of the league in terms of annual system rankings because he's got nobody in the top 100. But if you
His
look down
top
through, he's got
prospect is hurt right now, but not bad. Almost there, and like in our settings or not our like for pitchers in our league,
yeah,
I'd take that.
he's got 25 guys in the top 500 in terms of prospect rankings. He's a catcher. He just signed, Scouting Discovery. When did you discover this guy? 1028. Actually, his bars I don't like that much, but he's an 80 potential, so who knows if he develops. Raul Grijalva. Oh, you know what? I'm giving away my scouting again. No,
Yeah,
never
my
mind.
scout doesn't like him.
Everybody ignore that. Everybody ignore that, and don't try to trade for him because that's what I'm about to do. My scout thinks that guy's an 80, but his bars are terrible. He's got like 20 of 30 cap, so it's kind of weird.
The 3 true outcome player. Yeah, I don't know. I think these guys are decent. I don't know if they'll be world beaters, but like I think the Sapphire's a little weaker, so they can squeak in maybe. I think as like the second maybe.
I don't think they're beating New York, but
No, I don't think anybody is from what we've seen so far. Maybe Montreal, but like they're not terrible if things go right. They can be they're gonna be like another 80 wins at worst, I think, kind of team with their starting rotation. So
yeah.
They haven't added anybody in the offseason. Like they've signed one player.
sticking to his guns.
I don't think he's.
They lost Bill Weber, a third baseman.
I don't think he has
to-
any money available.
Is he cashed out?
He's cashed out.
Hmm.
That's what it says right here in Meet the Team. It says he's
Yeah,
cashed
he must
out.
have a lot, and he must have a lot in scouting and development.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
because his payroll is 21st, right? Budget 11th. He's top half in budget, but bottom half in payroll.
Hey, he's first in attendance, tied.
Killing it.
So
Yeah, cool. Last thoughts in Somerville.
I think he's going to be a tricky team to determine. I think he could be sneaky good or sneaky bad. We can see. We shall see.
Yeah, I would say in terms of futures too, he's definitely top 3. Like him, Montreal, and Baltimore all seem to have like some holes that'll be able to be filled in the future. So
yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
definitely a differentiation from New York. All right, time to get to the bottom of the division here, the under 500 teams. We've got Philly next, 69 wins for Dan's squad. Dan got a little inactive there for a little while, right? He had a lot going on in personal life, and his team suffered. But he's made a lot of moves this off season, so I'm thinking he's trying to bounce back a little bit. I don't know if he'll be competitive because it's hard to bounce back from 69. Although I'm sure he's super proud of, if you know Dan, finishing with 69 wins. Because that is a favorite number of his. A lot of the times in his contracts, he likes to put in that little 69 at the end, and that sometimes is the difference when two people bid $100,000 and he has that extra 69, right? So,
He had
yeah,
they
what
had
do
it
we?
69. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
What do we think of the Eagles here?
Well,
I
he got Jim
go
Green
ahead.
back.
I was gonna say I love his dedication to Jim Green. That's the undying love for that man. To overpay the shit out of him is like
He definitely did, yeah.
admirable.
And I mean, he's going to be one of the guys that we don't forget from the league,
He's
right?
Huron just commented and said that he beat him by $69.
Yeah.
That makes me a Jim Green fan. That makes me a huge Jim Green fan.
Jim Green might be the best player in the league.
He's definitely top 3, I'd say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I think you could definitely argue for the best.
yeah. Top 3 at worst. So
Yeah.
like I don't blame him for overpaying him
No.
by a smidge, because like I mean he doesn't fit his window, but fuck it. The guy's awesome. Keep him around.
Guy
What's
strikes
really his
out.
window, though? He doesn't have a system, so
Yeah.
might as well just I mean, Dan's system is barren. He's got one prospect. It's a pitcher.
I think he made a first round pick this year for like the first time.
Yeah. Remember, the Marcelo Bland trade. He gutted his team for that championship.
Yeah.
So he knew about it, and it was just unfortunate that he kind of got busy there with life for a little while, because I think he did have a year or two left in his window, and it just kind of didn't work out.
Evaporated.
Too, he had those injuries, 2002 down the stretch.
Speaking of guys he's gonna have to pay a lot soon, George Reed might be the best pitcher in the league.
I would say he's got him ranked 17th. So.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
Ice Scout thinks he's insane.
He's a
He's
great pitcher.
Yeah.
I feel like he won the Cy Young a few years ago.
He did. He definitely did. 2003.
Yeah.
7 WAR that season.
Yeah, he was nasty that season. And he's been nasty every year. Look at those ERAs. Talking about a fucking starter here.
Another
is
lefty,
really good.
which Dan loves too. I remember in the inaugural season, his entire starting rotation was lefties.
Yeah. So Dan has had one of the most active teams this offseason. I'm looking at the offseason quick, and he had 13.4 WAR leave the team, and he's brought in 13.9 WAR.
Ooh.
And that doesn't include like re-signing Jim Green, right? That's like just players that have left and players that have come. So Marcelo Bland is no longer an Eagle; he's now a New Orleans. Victor Gonzalez is now an Oahu Paddler. That was 3.8 WAR and 6.8 WAR, respectively. John Hill, starting pitcher, is down in Atlanta. Sam Lane, free agents. So those guys have all vacated, and he's brought in Franklin Rico, starting pitcher.
Brought him back.
Brought him back from St. Louis, exactly. The number 2 starter there. Ray Carney, a 3-WAR player, left fielder that he took from the Sasquatches.
Oh, he got Ray, old Ray boy.
And he just brought in a bunch of other guys that were like 2-WAR players, like Angel Ortiz, Nate Tester, Eduardo Gomez. So he's really stocked up his depth that after his team kind of really got barren last year with talent.
If his bullpen stays healthy, they're kind of nasty. I mean, I don't imagine that Bobby Bonilla stays healthy, but like Ryan Jordan's been great. I think he won closer of the year one, pitcher reliever of the year once. Dustin Ham was terrible for me last year, but he should be really good. And then Nick Hayden's really good too. So like he's got some arms out of the bullpen.
Yeah. And I will say we don't know Dan's full squad yet, I think, because he's one of the teams that hasn't exported yet, so we don't know his opening day lineup. So we're looking at a little mishmash of everything here. Ran a 6-day rotation in spring training. Don't know if he's going to do that in the regular season, though. Yeah. I didn't put a timer on this team. I forgot. So how you guys are feeling. Any other thoughts on Philly? I kind of agree with you, Jacob. I think Philly's I like him better than some of the teams we've looked at so far, and I think he might
I think they'll be okay. I don't know
Maybe.
if they'll be great, but they'll definitely be better than last year, I think.
Yeah.
I don't
So
think
maybe
it's the
trending more
Philly.
towards like 500.
I think it's a good team. I think it's well put together, but I don't think it's Philly of season 1.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, yeah.
That's not going to be compared, and it's definitely not the gargantuan Philly.
I was straight up worried Dan was going to start this league off with a dynasty, and then it turned out to be Atlanta instead. So actually, 2 championships is not a dynasty. I can't give that to.
You need 3 for a
You need
dynasty.
3. He missed out.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Window's still open. He could still get to that dynasty status. Yeah, no system. Maybe a chance of getting to the playoffs this year. I don't know. Dan's kind of in a middling kind of situation, so we'll see what he does.
If he takes care of his team, probably gives him a better chance. But if he's busy again, they're probably like 70 wins again. So
Yeah. In an active league, that's kind of like the way it goes, right?
yeah,
You can't put in the time, then you're gonna fall behind.
Oh.
It sounded like that rhymed. Though.
it was close.
Yeah,
I'll give you
almost
half points.
If I was Eminem, I could have made it work. And I will say, if things don't work out, he does have a handful of expiring contracts, so he can flip for some assets, right? So
Yeah,
Tim
that's a
Green's
good
locked
point.
up, but outside of
Everybody
Nate,
else, I think, is
everybody
1
else
year.
Yeah, yep.
He's
Ryan
going to
Jordan.
build that dynasty for the future. Philly's coming back.
All right, next team.
The boom.
Last but not least,
The boom, Boston.
The boom.
Boom, and Jack. So Jack's team has been consistently, I want to say, 6th or 7th place in the Sapphire.
Yeah.
He drafted amazing hitters in the inaugural draft, had 0 fucking pitching.
Oh my god, his
and
pitching
just
is terrible.
couldn't-
Holy
yeah, so
fuck.
bad. Like, he's had some of the worst pitching.
I forgot
He
about
just hasn't been
that.
able to like flip that corner. I mean, if you look in 2002, he almost broke 500, right? And again, that was in a super competitive division.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not like his team has
He
been.
did well. He
shit.
did very well in the
He got
first couple
unlucky.
season.
If he was
He's
in the
had, like-
Topaz division, he'd have 90 wins by now.
Right, if he was in
probably.
Topaz, he might have been a playoff team a couple times. Straight up,
Yeah.
yeah. So Jack's been a decent GM. He hasn't been terrible. But I think he's finally realized, like, shit, this isn't my time, and he's flipped that switch, right? Like, look
Yeah,
at this lineup.
It's changed. It's yeah.
He's looking for a top pick.
Well, I mean,
Well,
he got a top pick for
yeah,
Zapata.
You got the first and the third. Yeah.
The first
Yeah.
and third. He's got some picks.
But I think he's gonna have a couple draft classes here. It looks like, because I don't think he's competing this year. That's for sure.
Well,
No,
get that
they're gonna
future
be
going.
bad.
Yeah, look at his contract page right now. I actually wonder what's going on.
Oh my.
Hopefully Jack has a team fielded by Sunday. But he's gonna have to add a lot of these guys to the 40-man at this point, because
Yeah.
it's like you got like 10 guys on the 40-man roster.
I think when free agency started, he had Plinio Lairford, and that was it on his roster. Like, that was it.
I think he's got some money. He doesn't have much, you know. That's what he's got left to sign, you know.
Well, he sunk 40 million into
Learfield.
Yeah.
It worked out. He devved down big time.
Yeah.
I mean, remember Learfield when he was announced was 5'8".
Yeah, he was an 80-80, I think.
Injuries and other things. Yep. Man, he's going to be so happy to get off that contract.
Oh, yeah.
But player option for next year. So I'm guessing Jack's not competing this year and Jack's not competing next year. And we'll see, maybe in like 4 or 5 years, he starts to turn that corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ricardo Box left his team. That was one of his shining knight in shining armor. He is now on
Ricardo
Jacob's
Box.
team.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. I'm not very happy about that, but Ricardo Box is one of my favorite players. I wanted to bid on him so bad. It would have been such an irresponsible GM thing to do because my team's garbage. But
it would have been so fun.
Yeah,
I was going to as well. I was going to bid on him as well, but I was like, he's not going first, Sim.
I was pretty surprised.
That was my
You
thought
must have gone
process.
second.
I was like,
nobody went first sim.
It was second, yeah.
Nobody went first sim.
I was like, I don't think he's going first sim. I'm gonna see what people bid. Yeah, that backfired. Oh well.
He could flip. I will say. Well, it looks like he actually signed him. Free agent signing Dustin Zuba here to be the closer for 3 years. That's kind of an interesting signing to do it for 3 years. He also gave him a
Fan
no
favorite.
trade.
I like it.
He
Sell
also
some
gave him a no
tickets.
trade clause though. So, like, I feel
Sell
like if
some
you're not
tickets.
competitive, you don't want to be giving out no trade clauses.
I mean, when you got that much money to burn, they might sell some season tickets. I don't
fair.
actually hate it that much.
He might
That's
have he
fair,
might
yeah.
have met his demands.
He
Yeah,
definitely has pretty low fan interest because of his lack of success so far. So it definitely
and all the guys leaving. So
yeah. That's smart. He did max out his scouting and development budget, so he's definitely investing in the rebuild in that sense. And
They-
his system is empty, so he needs to start that.
Yeah.
This
Well, I
draft
mean,
class
he
is
has
going to be
some
good for
people.
him.
He has Boyd Perry, the number 23, right now
Yep,
at the
you're right.
moment.
You're right. Yep.
it's a long way away, though.
He's a long way away, but he
He's
also
got some
has
nice pieces, but not a lot of depth. I guess is what I should have said.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
They're
way of
all
putting it.
young.
Yep. But yeah, no, I think Jack again, another GM. He's missed a couple sims, but like he's been super, super active and super engaged. And I think, maybe at some point he's gonna be able to turn this thing around and become a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, he started off on the right foot, first and third in this draft. So if he keeps with it,
Yes.
then
Yeah.
that'll be good. They'll be in the running for first overall next year. I'm putting their over/under wins at like 45. So yeah, it's all about the future.
Absolutely. And I'm actually just looking at his draft. He's got 2 third-round picks, 2 fifth-round picks. So he's got a little extra sprinkled. So
Nice,
hopefully he'll build some
nice.
depth this year. Cool. Well, that is the end of our Sapphire Division preview. Do we want to do a quick rank 'em this year? I think we should point out, I'm gonna call it out last year. That let's see. Most people picked New York to win last year, and we were right about that. Most people last year kind of it was all over the place with our predictions. So most people had Montreal third or fourth, so we were wrong about that. So yeah, I guess my point is we're usually pretty fucking wrong here. So this is fun. And I think I'm gonna see if Chris wants to start us off this season.
Yeah, I'll start
Ooh.
us off. I'll go number one. So my rankum of the Sapphire Division I'm gonna start off from the bottom and going up. I think it's gonna be Boston is gonna come in. They're gonna be doing what they're supposed to be doing and getting that like high draft pick and probably be last in the division. Second to last, I'm going to go. I'm gonna go Lehigh.
Damn.
Yeah, Lehigh. I don't. It's a tough division. I don't know. They're all like tightly knit together.
Yeah.
So I'll go Lehigh. Then I'll go Philly.
Okay.
Somerville, Baltimore, Montreal, New York.
You going backwards gets me all fucked up, but I think I got it all there, so we're
Yeah.
good. So
Yep, I
cool.
wanted to give the first last, but yeah, you go New York, Montreal, Baltimore, Somerville are the top four.
Yep.
Then it goes
Philly, Lehigh, Boston.
Philly, Lehigh, Boston.
Sounds good. I like that prediction. That's
Yeah.
pretty close to what I'm thinking. So Jacob, I'll let you go second though.
Okay. It's hard to bet against New York. I'm gonna put them one.
Yeah.
Montreal 2, I think, is a pretty safe bet, but I can see Baltimore and Somerville both getting second with good years. I'll probably put Baltimore 3 and Somerville 4. Lehigh 5, Philly 6, but like those two are kind of interchangeable for me. And then Boston is bringing up the rear, so.
All right. Yeah. No. Again, I think that sounds pretty safe too. I don't hate anything there. Mine's pretty similar. I've got New York at 1, just like all you guys do. Montreal at 2, just like you both. Baltimore at 3, just like all you guys. So that's we're all kind of in unison on that. To the unfortunate, what's probably going to happen is not that. So
Yep.
unfortunate for those GMs. Somerville, I actually don't have Somerville 4th like you guys do. That's where I vary. I have Philly 4th. I think Philly has added some nice pieces to kind of revamp things a little bit. So I think
I
they'll
can see it.
be a 500 team. I've got Lehigh 5th. I'm going to just respect how good Kyle has been as a GM over the first few seasons, and I think he can pull something together unless he pulls the plug and intentionally tanks it. I've got Somerville 6th, and I guess I'm just disrespecting JR. Sorry, JR. I I wish I had a better reason as to put you 6th. The other 5 GMs, I just like their team better. That's all I'm going to say. And then Boston is 7th. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. And again, hopefully no one gets too upset because we all picked New Orleans last year to finish 5th in the J division. We're going to talk about that team when we
Oh.
come back from our quick intermission here, when we start off with the Jades. So anything can happen, and any of these teams could finish at the top, right?
Yeah. Anybody. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, except for Boston. Boston, you really have no chance.
Except
Sorry.
for
Boston's got a chance. You never know.
Boston has no chances here.
Yeah.
I will put money down on the table
How much
that
money?
Boston doesn't
I'll
win
bet.
80 games.
I'll bet. I'll bet $1 American.
$1 American, I'll take that bet. It's the easiest dollar made. No, you know what? As commissioner, I probably shouldn't gamble on results in the sim. So I will decline your bet. But yeah. But yeah, so what do you guys think? Take a quick 5-minute intermission, come back, hit up the Jade.
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Works
All
for
right,
me.
cool. Chris, you wanna mute us off, turn us off, and
All right, Paul. Fine. I'll do it.
Oh, are you gonna start us off?
Oh yeah, we're going. We're live.
Oh, okay.
Quit hitting me.
Welcome back. Shit. All right. Welcome back then. Let's get going with the J division, the second division here in the Ice Conference. And man, we are really nice guys, right? 3 guys here from the Fire Conference doing a podcast for the Ice Conference. Like, what the fuck, man. But let's take a look at New Orleans and Noah's team. The surprise, I want to say,
Yeah, you
of
unseated
the
Atlanta.
yeah, didn't get to the championship, but like the surprise after missing the postseason last year of the Ice Conference. Won 99 games, didn't just beat Atlanta, who we all thought was not just gonna run away with everything last year after signing like Omar Gonzalez after the start of the season, but really put them in the rearview mirror the entire season.
Mhm.
Atlanta never caught up to
Yeah.
Noah's team, and they just had a really great season from start to finish. And you can see why. Look at the position rankings. Well, some of these guys are new additions, right? We're
It's a
gonna
whole
talk about
bunch of new
Marcelo
additions
Bland's
here.
a new addition.
Noah. Yeah, Noah's not fucking around.
He
He
balled
got
the
close
hell
last year, and
out.
he's like, I'm going hard this offseason.
Yeah.
He said
Kinda
Steve
what?
Miller needed a band first place ranked players, so he got him.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like this is kind of what San Diego did last year. San Diego had a year where they had a decent season, and then they just went hard in the offseason. And New Orleans has kind of done that this season, where they are thinking championship this year. You could argue maybe Kingston's doing that this year, but we'll get to that a little bit later as well, right?
Yeah, we'll
But
talk
yeah,
about that later.
3 guys. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in the top 3 at their position rank.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Randy Scott's free agent signing, right? Or,
Yep.
Yes, he is.
Randy Scott was from Galveston last year, I think. Yeah.
yeah. So taking a 5.6 WAR player from a division rival, always a good move, I think. Yeah, Joe's pointing out in the chat, NOLA does have disruptive players, so it's really it is about talent on this team and about the chemistry.
If you win, nothing else matters.
I think
It is
we've
true.
said it
Yeah, yeah.
before. Like usually the assholes are the ones that are like the
I
best,
mean, that's always been the
best
knock on
players. Like
sometimes.
like they're always going to be an 80 over 80 and all the sexiest bars you can see, but they're just going to be an asshole.
Yeah, sometimes for sure. Marcelo, Steve Miller has been the rock on New Orleans since the beginning, and this guy's always been an asshole. It's always been the joke I've had on the podcast is like, can you build around a guy like Steve Miller? And New Orleans, Noah has basically just doubled down. He's like, can you build around it? You can add 3 or 4 more of them as long as they're the best in the league. So it'll be funny to see how this team works out, right? Because
Yeah.
obviously, if for some reason they don't make the playoffs, I think we'll circle back to that comment.
I don't see a situation where they don't make the playoffs.
I don't either.
This offense is ridiculous. Like, they were absurd last season.
That's
between
true.
like Steve Miller and like BJ Swart and Greg Keaton and McClurkin. And then he's like, fuck it, that's not enough. And added Marcelo Bland and Randy Scott. Like,
it could seriously be record break. I mean, obviously young record, young history, but could be record breaking offense.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be up there. They are gonna win a lot of games like 10-1 against Boston, I think.
If you look at the preseason predictions that, just lists all the top pitchers, he has 3 of the top 10 hitters, and he has 3 of the top 10 pitchers.
Yeah, his pitching's gross too.
Oh yeah, he's picked up Tim Holdren, like you talked about. Forget who lost him. Was it
Tim Holdren from Lehigh?
Lehigh, yep, Lehigh right there. He's been
got
back and forth
Jared
though,
Kennedy,
because Tim Holdren is on New York or
Jared
New Orleans on 2003 as well. So he's
Jared
back.
Jared Kennedy from last year won pitcher of the year.
I'm pretty sure Javon Cooper was second too. Like, I think he was first and second in voting.
You're right. Yeah, I do remember that. And Javon Cooper's the guy on the list there. So, so his 1, 2, 3 are super good to go with that lineup.
They're absurd.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. We all bid. Excuse me. Well, predict. I know Jacob, you get out of this because you weren't on the podcast, but we all put this team as 5th last year, except for Jason. Actually, Jason had him 5th, so
Yeah, I
maybe
think
Jason
I think
recognized
Jason
the
knew what
danger in his own division.
Yeah, they're division rivals, so they know each other. So
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, this team looks so freaking good on paper.
Their offense looks brilliant. Their defense looks like their pitching's great, but their fielding leaves a little bit to be desired. Like none of their guys are like truly elite defenders. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you just out hit all of your problems, but like nobody is truly elite defensively on their team.
Yeah, that's
right?
fair. It's hard to find a guy who's, top of the game offensively and defensively, right? Those guys.
Yeah.
if they can't play defensively, they better play offense.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, Chris, you've talked to me though about what you think the 3 most important
The
positions.
3 most important positions, in my opinion, are catcher, shortstop, and center field.
And so his is first, and second in terms of team position rankings. So
yeah,
that's a pretty good roll right there.
so that's my rule of thumb.
Yeah.
A lot of lefties start the batting order too.
Yeah, very interesting team. I think they're going to be another hot one.
Yeah, let's take a look at Swart real quick if you don't mind. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, he's not even done, man.
No.
Yeah, he's going to terrorize the league for a while.
He's only 23.
Yeah.
He was rookie of the year last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
which again, I think I'm disabling this year. And if people get up in a stink, we can put it to a vote. But like, people fucking miss the pitchers tab.
I didn't. I did.
He might have earned pitcher. Rookie of the year. So I don't want to discredit, but
I'd say he was pretty well deserving of it.
yeah,
I voted for him.
I know there's a pitchers tab, and I think I voted for him as well.
I almost wanted, like, in year 1 when Andy Kerrigan didn't win rookie of the year, I kind of wanted to
disable it then. Yeah, that would have been valid.
Season in 2001 because he also won pitcher of the year, I think, or something like that.
He did. So, yeah.
Not win rookie of the year when he won pitcher of the year. I forget who won that season, but anyways, yeah. Any thoughts on New Orleans, guys? We have another here.
Best of luck, everybody. Best of luck when you see him on your schedule.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, give me a tough one.
Who's his rival? Who landed New Orleans?
Was it? Oh man, you're gonna make me look.
Yeah, I'm looking. It is Somerville.
Ooh, yeah.
Poor guys.
Yeah, sorry. So, hey, you never know. We've been wrong before. So
yeah, somebody had to be their rival.
And as Joe pointed out, maybe the team just tears itself apart from the inside out because of personalities. But I don't see it happening. So
me neither.
As long as they win, that's all that matters. So.
Yeah. All right, should we go on to the next team?
Sure.
Yeah.
We can actually look at his system real quick. We got like 30 seconds. He's got a few prospects, a couple top 100 guys. Not a super deep system, not a ton of top 500 prospects, but a few interesting looking.
Yeah, nothing crazy. Nothing pops out.
Like Jeff Nelson looks really good. He's a left-handed.
Yeah.
He's got 4 pitches. Ground baller. I like Jeff Nelson.
I guess it's a slider. I guess it's not a changeup that needs developing. That's what usually scares me when I see the bar at like 70.
Yeah.
And it's a changeup. That always scares me when I see that.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. Let's move on. So New Orleans won 99 games last year. Next up is our 2-time champion, Jason.
Atlanta.
The Atlanta Smashers.
He had such a weird offseason.
He looks like he lost a player to forever. Not Chandler, but
I mean, yeah, Atlanta's lost more WAR this offseason than team. I don't know if he's bringing up some guys. Some
He didn't sign anybody. He had like 24 guys on his like 40 man before the Rule 5.
If you remember, he made that huge bid for that international pitcher who's just been injured. So I feel like he's crunched
Oh,
cap-wise.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
looks like
he's
7 mil,
he's
but,
got
like,
7 mil, but
he's probably going for an April 9th signing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Omar Gonzalez is still available. Like,
yeah. He's looking for some late
what's
magic.
scary is like he hasn't added anybody, but his team is still ridiculous.
yeah,
Really good. Like,
And honestly, Gonzalez still had a nice season last year, but declined. So he's lost a bunch of depth. Really,
yeah,
he didn't lose
Yeah.
like one huge superstar or anything like that.
he lost his shortstop, Juarez, who's one of the better defensive guys, so that might hurt him.
yeah.
But other than that, it's just like depth for the most part. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
pitcher that he got him. This is the guy he got. He spent a lot of money on. Victor Rios. So what do you think? What are you guys thinking?
I like his team. They're like super young still. Like Chad Keys, Jeremy McMartin, and Greg Gross are all like under 25, I think. So maybe his thought was just like, I see what New Orleans is doing. I'm gonna let them like go for it, and we'll like take a step back, still be really good, but like maybe look to add at the deadline instead of free agency. Cause yeah, they'll still be really good, but they might not be the two-time champions. I think, like we
I don't
thought.
see any harm letting the young guys cook in the majors,
Yeah.
especially when they're at that kind of rating, because they're there and they're serviceable. So if they're there and serviceable, put them there.
Yeah,
McMartin and Gross both had really good seasons, I think,
yeah.
last year.
Jason's still got his core here, right? Like his
Yeah.
championship core. Greg Gross, Jordan Brown, Diego Orta. Orta's been like MVP caliber. Hasn't gotten that MVP, but has been super, super good.
Yeah. Declined in WAR last year but it's hard to.
He had a bad year. Yeah.
But compared to 9.1, that's
Yeah. Relatively speaking, yes. Yes.
Jason Holmes might be a future Cy Young. Saburo definitely was a miss. That's the right. He's got a player opt out, but that's not gonna. So he's got 70 million left on that contract for Saburo Kuramoto.
Duck breast.
Duck breast, yes. So that didn't work out. We've seen that not work out for a couple teams. Plinio Lerfield, now Kuramoto. Maybe not the best idea.
The Korean
Yeah,
Kong's been good though.
feel like
That's
we're
like
not
the
gonna-
one that has worked.
Yeah. It's still early. It's only year 2, right? But
It's
he's
true.
projecting to be a top 10 hitter. So yeah.
Yeah.
And the bullpen's okay here. So I think,
I don't know.
personally, I think Jason, obviously got 2 championships. Everybody is chasing him right now.
He's made the
and
playoffs every year too. He's one of the other ones.
Absolutely. I think only 2 teams have done that now, right? Is that
Yep.
correct?
Him in New York.
Yep. So he's got that feather in his cap. I'm still predicting him to be a playoff team, personally.
Yeah. I'm pretty bullish on Atlanta still, even after they didn't do much.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think honestly Noah snuck up on him a year early. Expect to be chasing him last year. And it's going to be a good rivalry between the two, because I think it's going to be Atlanta and New Orleans really in this division.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's one more here.
Do you? Okay. Yeah. We're going to keep going here, and we have to hear about your prediction on who else here I think is going to be competitive. Does Jason have anything of the future coming up? I know his system was pretty good, like one of the top systems. And he does have
Victor
some really
Rios, the guy that he got internationally. It's his number 4 OSA ranked.
Most of his guys have graduated.
Great signing.
this
That was this
point.
year.
Yeah, that was this year. That was the guy he
I
signed.
spent like 12 million on some guy that wasn't even a top 100. Terrible. That's just
terrible GM.
terrible GM right here. Hopefully, I'm a good commissioner, but a terrible GM. So yeah, Davis, Ramos, top.
It looks like this guy might be in the lineup,
but yeah. Last thoughts on Atlanta?
it's just another great organization. It's a tough one to beat. He's always in the playoffs, Hard to see him not there,
Hard to bet against Jason. Great GM.
Yep. All right, on to the next one. I think third place in the J division last year was Galveston. 89 wins. That's no slouch. And Galveston definitely.
I like this team a lot.
He had a big turnaround that last year, didn't he, as well?
Well, we had this division so wrong last year because we all picked this team sixth. Every single person on the podcast last year, and that was 4 different GMs. So he did have a huge turnaround. I actually voted for him for GM of the year. Somehow it went to San Diego again.
I voted for him for GM of the year too. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But didn't get it. I think he had second place. But second place counts for nothing. So
yeah,
Matt, great turnaround so far with Galveston, and let's see if we can keep going. Is this your third pick, Jacob?
This is. I love what he did this offseason. I was looking at the moves. He added Juan Juarez, the shortstop, who is like elite defensively. He was really good in Atlanta. I think that's like a really smart move. Jason Gartz is going to be good for him. And the rest of his young guys are really good. Like, he's got a really young pitching group for the most part that was like really, really good for him. So I think his team's really well balanced. Like, I think he's doing everything right. I'm really excited to see how they do this year.
Yep, he outbid me for Juan Juarez. I wanted to get him, but I swung and missed. So wish him well. Wish him well in Galveston. At least he didn't go in my division. So
it looks like he just signed Matthew De Aguilar too. 38 years old.
Yep, he definitely did.
I keep waiting for that guy to fall off.
I know, and he's slowly, declining. But
his velocity's dropped, and so I figured that like last year, San Diego signed him to a poison pill, but apparently he was good for them still. Yeah. So we'll see. It should probably happen soon. But
you should know that his name is Mr. Clutch, and I don't think I put that there. So the game sometimes just likes to.
It knows better than we do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did lose Randy Scott to a division opponent, though. That's the one thing I don't like about his offseason, too, right? Randy Scott was a 5.64 third baseman last year, and he's now playing for New Orleans. So,
but he replaced him with Jeff Brown, who's kind of nasty.
Yeah, that's true.
Not fully there yet, supposedly, by OSA ratings, but
he'd have a great AAA though. So you're right, and he's coming.
He's coming.
Rookie of the Year potentially candidate.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to be on the radar, I think. People, he'll be on the ballot at the end of the year.
Maybe it says he has 1 year and 8 days.
You're right. He's already the 5th ranked third baseman too, so that's a great catch, Jacob. Damn. All right. Yeah.
Can he throw? He can throw. Not the best, but it'll do.
I do like the guards pickup for sure. Jason has been passed around a little bit, but
Kingston alumni.
The old Todd father. Switch hitting Todd father.
I don't think he has like a below average defender on his team, which I really like. Like, he's got a good emphasis on like being very balanced, both with his hitting and like his fielding, to go along with like some really, really good pitching. Like, Isaiah Alexander is one of the best closers in the league, in my opinion. There's a lot to like about this team, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's definitely been progressing in your direction. He had intentionally, gone into rebuild 2001, so he's in his window, right? So like if he can kind of repeat from last year, then I think he has a good chance to make the playoffs again. He was really there the whole season, sneak up at the end. He was just sitting in that wild card spot all year. So I still think personally, I think it's a two-dog race, and Galveston's got potential for a wild card. I don't feel like this team's competing with Atlanta or New Orleans.
Yeah, I think he's a
But
wild card team. I think he's a scrappy team. He's gonna pick up wins, and he's definitely gonna. Yeah, I don't see him not, because he was in the playoffs last year. He was a team like me last year, and I feel like he's a scrappy team. He's gonna win.
did
He's
we
gonna
look
make the
at
playoffs.
Eric Ryan on this team?
No.
Where is he? Oh,
The fourth pitcher there, he looks like he could be good.
he's got two first names. I don't trust him.
I really don't trust
And
the
look at
starting
that.
pitcher with
And
three
look at
pitchers
that.
either.
He is selfish.
Medicine Bill, he's got 3 first names.
Well, that's his nickname. And it's not even his anything to do with his real name. So that's what I don't get. He's selfish. That's all you need to know.
Got a lot of young pitchers. Eric Ryan's young. Who's the other one? Gary Liller.
Ooh, Gary Liller. Look at that.
His bullpen is heavy lefties too. Gary Liller looks nice.
Yeah.
I think you should throw Gary Liller as a stopper if you listen to this, Matt. He's got 50 stamina. He can do like multiple innings out of the pen. Give him the chance. He can run like 120 innings or so over the season, rack up like 4 WAR out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's a solid pitcher. He could be a backup starter if you wanted to be.
Yep. Matt's got
Not
a deep
really, though.
system too, so the Gremlins look like they're set up to be competitive for a while. Again, I don't think they're a top 2 team here yet
No.
in this division, just with how powerful Atlanta and New Orleans are. But I think in terms of staying power and like future success, I think
Yeah, I think
there's
they've
a lot going on.
got a lot going on in Galveston. They're gonna make some headway.
Like I really like Marcos Armandiaz.
The number 90th OSA prospect. Yeah. Like that.
He
Everything
looks
about
good.
that. 75 range. Whew.
So, yeah. Any other thoughts on the Gremlins?
I think Matt's doing everything right, so keep it up, Matt.
I agree. He's got a great team. I like his team.
All right, that brings us to team number 4 last year.
Tampa?
Surprise playoff team, yeah, with the late season push. So as one team collapses and the Sapphire team arises, right? And that was Tampa last year with 88 wins. They really just had a really fantastic September, and
Yep.
yeah, got their first playoff berth. So, and if you look at Tampa, they've been one of those teams. Dick's just kind of like been on at 500 every single season and hasn't made the playoffs, similar to Baltimore, but finally did.
Because you've always been rooting for him and you've been wishing him. You're like, he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it. And I think last year you didn't say a word.
That
Then
was
he
it.
did.
That was it.
I think that was what happened.
I didn't curse him last year, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think of Dick's team?
I think he's a
I-
jerk for taking Omar Ramirez from me. I think.
Matt Purdy's another like rookie of the year candidate, I think, on his team.
Them damn Purdies.
I think he'll be really good for them.
gonna strike out a lot, but
When he hits the ball, though, it's going places.
he had a 6.8 WAR in AAA or AA.
Double A. Chris Carmody has been one of the better pitchers in the league all the way through.
Yeah, solid. Doesn't have many pitches, but got really good movement.
Yeah,
Carmody.
actually, his entire rotation is really good. So that'll be their strong suit. It looks like he's going with a 6-man.
Looks like it, and he's got a young guy, Josh Hop. I don't know. I'm not gonna pronounce that. Not
6
gonna try.
pitches. That's
Hopper.
always good.
How do you say it? How do you pronounce it?
I'm going with
Hopog?
Hoppa. Just Hoppa.
Hoppa?
Hoppa.
I like that.
Hop-
That sounds better. Hoppa.
Hoppa. Hapu. Hapug. Doesn't have a change up. That's all I know. That's at least what OSA says.
Yeah, I kind of wish he just had 5 pitches and no changeup.
Just never throw it.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't throw it much. I do like his team a lot. I think he has a lot of good players. And I've always been kind of a fan of his squad. They've always just never been able to get to that next level. And I think this year they haven't really lost a lot of guys. They've lost a lot of kind of outside guys, edge, peripheral guys, so to say. And again, they added Omar Ramirez, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Felix Almanzar, even though he's injured right now, so that was a pickup as well. So yeah, I think he's just improved on his team, and if they can repeat their success from last year, I expect them to kind of be in the same situation, 500-ish. And if they get hot, they can make the playoffs.
I think they're in the hunt. I like what he's done here. His pitching rotation is probably the best one I think I've seen so far of all the teams in the Ice Conference, or right up there.
Yeah.
His team beat Atlanta in the playoffs last year. Let's not forget this. So
I think we just mentioned New Orleans has 3 top 10 pitchers. I think New Orleans would be my one, and I actually think Montreal is the other one. It's just hard to compete with.
I think depth-wise, they might be. They're right up there though. Definitely New Orleans and
For sure.
But
They're definitely a top team.
yeah.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, and improve the bullpen a little bit. It's got some young pieces in the bullpen, but I think they could be serviceable. So, yeah, I kind of agree. I think Tampa Bay could be good.
they're in that third, fourth place option, and it could be another one of those years again where the Jade division has 2 wild cards.
I think the J division's pretty strong. Every team we've looked at is pretty good.
We're never gonna have an even out. 3-3. It's never gonna happen.
We should probably look at Hector Campos because he has him signed to a pretty good deal. So he's really built around Campos here.
Ranked 4th. He's
Had a
ranked
great
4th.
season last year.
Got the fan
343 average.
fave.
Yep.
Wow. What's he signed to?
And really, that's one thing that's a little different about Dick's team right now. He's got a bunch of people locked up for 3 years. This is his team. We're gonna be doing the podcast next year and having this conversation.
Yeah.
Deja vu. Groundhog
Take a look
Day.
at his salaries page.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's only got
Lots of money committed. Wow. I like it. If you think those are your guys, commit to them.
He's committed. This is his window.
I mean,
He's
player
competing
options on the
now.
last year of a lot of them, so
I'll say one thing: the fans appreciate it because he's got 98 fan interest. I think he's second in the league, right behind New York. So even though he's only been in the playoffs once, his fans fucking love what he does with the team.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he's third. There's somebody with 99.
Oh no, I said second. I think
Yeah.
could be wrong.
There's
Either-
somebody with 99 at
Oh, you're
number
saying there
2.
is. Okay.
I wonder who that could be.
Oh, it says third. I see.
Somebody must know.
Somebody must know.
Oh, it's. Oh, I understand. Yeah.
Yes.
He picky. I see
Preview.
says the blind man.
Preview for the Topaz. Yeah. All right. Any last thoughts on
Great
Dick's team?
team.
Yeah, great team. I think Dick's been like super active with his exports too, so like he's taking good care of
Oh
them,
yeah.
and it shows.
He's,
He
So
might.
he's,
He
he's an
might be
O,
100 to be honest.
he's an OG too, so you know.
yeah, doesn't say much in chat besides playoffs, but like whenever he does appear, it's always great. So
Yeah.
He did comment that I lost to him a bunch, so I do remember that. So
He DMs me every once in a while, so it's definitely pretty active. So.
nice.
I will say his system too is one of the better systems. I would.
yeah, you
I
got
would put,
Matt Purdy, but it looks
I'd
like
put it
he's in the league.
maybe number one in the ice conference if you look at the entirety of his top 500.
He's got this Justin Scott. He's pretty close. Ron Blackwell, another pretty close one. So yeah, he's got a really good system. So
Yeah, Purdy's close. Yeah, 12th
Purdy's
overall.
playing right now.
I
Purdy's
don't
in the
love
league. I
Purdy's. I don't love Purdy's ratings.
thought he was playing for him.
Wow,
Yeah,
he had
he was playing
6.8 WAR
DH.
last year for Double A.
Yeah, Matt Purdy's in playing DH this year. He's in his
Yeah,
starting
we'll see
lineup.
what he does. He's going to strike out a ton, but he might mash some homers
Yeah,
for sure. So
see what the kid can do. Yeah, great team. You know,
in terms of like his whole top 500 though, like I see more like, and again, ratings are garbage, right? But more like 55, 60 plus potential players.
Whole
than
lot
maybe,
of green.
yeah, a lot of green. Thank you. That's what I'm trying
that's
to
like,
say.
but that's serviceable players. You know, and I'd rather have a lot
More
of
than
serviceable
sometimes.
players. Yeah,
Yeah, more than.
above average. Above
Yeah.
average.
So, well, it's funny. Sometimes you find a 40 and a 5 that's a player, and other times there's like a 5 or 70 who just has that one statistic that's just so fucking terrible you just can't play Major League.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that's it for Dick's team. We'll go on to team number 5, and that was Kyle in Fort Collins.
KFC.
79 and 83 last year, so under 500. I think first time missing the postseason again, so only 2 remain if this was some kind of like Hunger Games elimination shit. And his team's kind of been declining year after year. So he's kind of at a crossroads here, I think, in terms of what to do moving forward. Definitely not in the Atlanta New Orleans conversation, in my opinion. Not sure if you guys
No.
think he's in the Tampa Bay Galveston conversation. What do you guys think of Fort Collins?
I think he's going to be a really frustrating team to play against. Kyle's teams have always been like elite defensively. I was looking at this today. Every pitcher that has left Fort Collins has gotten worse. Like every pitcher from free agency, once they're out of Fort
I
Collins and they
wonder
go
if he's
somewhere
at a really
else.
good pitcher stadium.
He doesn't. He just has really, really good defense. He always has elite defenders at every position, something that he prioritizes like super heavily. And if you look at his roster now, like it's pretty similar. Like everybody on his team can play defense very well. So I don't think they're going to be great, but I also like refuse to count him out because I don't know, he's a really smart GM. So they'll be annoying, I think.
Yeah, I've heard, people have talked about how good Kyle is as a GM from some other leagues. I think he shares a league with some other players. And he's had a lot of success here early on. So I agree with you. He's really proven himself to be a super savvy GM.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he could be one of those teams that sneaks good where they like he's not gonna that high. Wins a wild card berth, right? Like wouldn't be surprised.
He's got some good pitching. Like his ace is a rookie, and he looks pretty damn good. So
Jimmy Adamczyk.
Adamczyk,
Adamczyk.
ninth
Adamczyk.
round pick in 01, but
I'm just gonna call him
Yeah,
Jimmy
develop-
Adams.
Jimmy Yay
Jimmy A.
from Oakland, Texas. Yeah, no, for sure. And I'll be honest, my scout thinks he's much further along than OSA, so
yeah,
ready
mine
to go.
too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it looks like he pitched 30 innings at the end of the season last year, so I'm sure it looks like he's in the starting rotation, right? I think Fort Collins, we haven't received his export yet, so this isn't his starting rotation per se.
His bullpen also looks really good. He's got some
Yeah.
young guys there, so
did he say? Didn't he? Hasn't he sold some pieces in the beginning
yeah.
of the season?
He traded Fonseca at the deadline last year, and I think he's like made a couple other like fringe. He traded Kyle Lacey, I think,
Yeah, I thought he made some trades this year. I wasn't sure if he was
and he
planning on
traded Bill
being on the
Bryce
decline.
last season. So I think he's retooling, but I think he's doing it really well. Like I think he's too good to tank, you know?
For sure, yeah. I mean, he's lost 6.5 more
I mean,
to
well,
free agency last year, and he's brought in about 3.5 to replace it. So plus he's brought up some young guys, so he's trying to stay competitive, I think.
yeah. There's no reason not to stay competitive in this league. So that's what I've found out. You know.
Well, you know what? I'm trying my best, and I just can't. Okay, stop kicking my ass, you asshole. Yeah, Justin Tillman. He brought in that really right.
I just want to say his Flagstaff Cool Cats probably my favorite minor league logo.
Yeah.
I've been looking at
Yeah,
that
that's a
for
good one.
a minute right now.
Yeah, for sure. That's a cool one.
Yeah, meet the
I
team.
want to do a rebrand soon. I feel like some of our division, a lot of teams have the similar colors. Like Topaz is like 5 blue teams, for example. So I'm
Yeah,
hoping teams want to like keep the same logo, but maybe change up the colors.
yeah. The Nashville Blues gonna turn red.
Yeah, like actually Jade that we're looking at has 5 teams with red, or actually 4, excuse me. So, all right. Any other thoughts here on
Another
Kyle's
team. He's got another team. He's got some potential here. Got no addicts playing. Tyler Hill, is he in the league?
No.
Does have a bunch of top 100 prospects.
No. Yeah, it's 17, 22, and 65 though. Ooh, but
Yeah.
he's hurt. Ooh, that sucks. Hate seeing one of your prospects hurt for 7 months.
A lot of these guys have a long ways to go, and as we talked about, there's a lot of high schoolers in the draft right now, so it might not work out with everybody.
I think this team does better than like what their ratings show.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a decently
I
well
think they're a
put together
sneaky
team.
team. Yeah. Like probably 75 wins or so, but like you're going to win a lot of like 2-1 games against them. So
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We all paid our respects last year and put Kyle as the 3rd place finisher on the podcast. And I feel like this year might be a step back, and that's just because again we've talked about Galveston, talked about Tampa's strength. I feel like those teams are just ready to compete. I think the Jade's gotten tougher. The Jade used to kind of be the outside of Atlanta, and Fort Collins a little bit used to be kind of the weaker of the 2 divisions, right? And
Yeah.
now I would say that they're stronger than the Sapphire division.
I think they might be the strongest division just in general.
Yeah, Sapphire
Jade?
the first
You think
2.
Jade's the strongest now?
I think they might just be the best overall for.
You might be right. You might be right.
Oh, better than the Ruby?
Well, to see. Well,
we haven't won a
I haven't-
championship, so I guess
haven't
we
looked
don't
at what
deserve
they've
it
done
yet.
All right. Yeah, let's go on to the next team is Las Vegas.
Vegas. Zach
Las
had a good
Vegas.
offseason.
Yeah.
He did. Well, I think he's got a lot of pieces. I like his team.
I don't like his pitching, but he fixed his middle infield. Like he got Cabezas, and then he traded for David Bell to play second. So his defense, which was like one of the worst in the league last year, was all of a sudden like pretty good. And then he unfortunately traded the first overall pick for Cepeda, but like Cepeda's really damn good, so I think they're gonna do pretty well.
Yeah, 55 catchability, 60 arm. I like the 60 arm.
Yeah, I like Cepeda a lot. I think part of the Boston dismantling, as we should say, right?
Yeah.
He got such a good deal, and that worked out so well for both teams. I think.
Yeah, I would agree. It's always
Especially
hard when you
for
give up the
1-1,
first, but
yeah, but
I wouldn't regret it too much to get Cepeda in return.
yeah,
if
you got
he
a guy
is.
you can build around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got a couple guys you can build around. Like Verdugo, that's another rookie of the year candidate there. That guy's insane.
I'm gonna say the only red flag with Cepeda is there's a small injury hit there. Right?
Oh, I think he's got like a laundry list of injuries
Yeah,
on
it's not terrible. It's a
Cepeda.
couple weeks, right? But like that can build up over time, and if he hits that fragile,
Yeah,
whatever.
it's
But
true.
he's already an extremely popular player at 25. So
The Goblin.
great nickname.
What a nickname.
Or Verdugo's nickname, Sugar. Joaquin Sugar.
Sugar.
Verdugo.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he looks great. We'll see what he can do. I mean, he doesn't look great. Boyd Kays hasn't really filled in yet, but
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I
yeah,
don't
I mean, this
think.
guy could mash like Steve
Yeah.
Norris.
Looks like he's
some
going
point.
with some really young starters. With
Let's be
His
honest,
pitching is kind of sketchy to me. I don't like it.
That's kind of
I don't know.
sketchy. It's kind of sketchy starting a guy that low. I don't know if starting him off that low. It's a good idea, but
What do
you
you mean
know,
Fonseca? Talking about Fonseca?
yeah, Fonseca.
I think he can play.
But this is OSA, so I'm looking at OSA is what they have.
I
So
think part of it to me is like statistics too, right? It's not just like we just talk about how rankings are and everything, so you don't have to worry about that. Like if he's pitched well and he's
oh
pitched
man,
at
no, he pitched really well though. Oh, but he only pitched 18 innings. Yeah, it's
well,
sketchy.
I'm looking at the guy we were just talking about though. Oh, I just lost him.
Fonseca.
No, a hitter. Verdugo. He's 23, and like I've got him rated like really highly, but he's never like put up any good numbers statistically in the minor leagues. Like, how do you guys feel about that?
He hasn't played a lot of. He played all the way from
Right, he's
A
He
to
hasn't played.
TBL last
You're right, I'm
season.
looking
But he hasn't. He
I'm
hasn't
looking
played
at
a lot of games.
like fucking 10 WAR last year, but it's across like 5
Across literally every minor league. He
Oh,
hotel
I
room
didn't,
to hotel room.
I didn't even look at the past years. That's my bad. No, he's ready.
Yeah, he's absolutely
Back.
ready.
Back.
I think he's going to be a monster, this guy.
Yeah, no,
I
Las Vegas.
would.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I would move him to right field and move Aaron Harrison to left. He's a better fielder than Harrison, so you might want to think about that, Zach. But yeah,
He definitely has the youngest core.
yes. Yeah.
I think he tried pulling the San Diego effect when San Diego first won the division. I think last year he started hot with a young team because I think a lot of these players too are on their second year. Some people, I believe, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're on their second year. I see some guys who started a couple games towards the end of last year. I mean, Willie Fonseca's here. He threw 185 innings last year.
Oh, I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken.
I do got to say, it looks good that his team is like looking to be competitive this season because their fan loyalty dropped to like below average in the off season. So like, got to fix that because that can like spiral quickly if you don't. So
For sure. Yeah, bring in some popular players if you have some I mean, he's capped out right now. He has no money available.
He's got the lowest budget in the league,
Yeah,
so
that's tough. Yeah, his team's been a train wreck, so it makes sense.
yeah.
Not his fault because he took over, right? But that's part of a rebuild. Part of the
Yeah.
process is turning around the fan base too.
Yeah.
I
I
will
love
say
how active he's been on the trade market.
one thing I don't like. I do feel like he's rushed it just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Some of these players could develop a little bit longer, and because he's moved guys up to the major leagues and he's trying to compete, it seems like sooner than later. His budgets aren't maxed in terms of like his scouting and development. And I mean, scouting maybe not as much, but like your development budget, like I hate to not have that max when you have probably the best minor league system in the game.
Yeah, he has a really good one.
Yeah, he's got the number 1 prospect, the number 2 prospect, which is Verdugo, who we are just talking about.
Yeah,
His system's a little bloated. Like that Gutierrez guy is like somehow still number 27. I don't know how.
Oh, that 20 over. Yeah, how is this guy number 27?
I'm not sure how. Like he's never made it past rookie ball, but
Yeah. Strangest
He
guy.
has to this year.
yeah.
He's 22, so he's got to go to A minus.
Rudy. Start him.
He's ready. He's ready, coach.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, why rush these guys? Like, look how fucking crazy good Atlanta and New Orleans are. You have a really nice team, I feel like, here in Las Vegas, but just make sure they're ready. If they don't look like they're ready, just like
I don't think they're that far behind. I think they can, like, they might have some growing pains, but like he can work with it, right? And then they might not fully develop, but they might be like 80 or 90% of what you would anticipate, which are still going to be like elite level players. And so
yeah.
I think they're going to score a lot of runs. I think they're also going to give up a lot of runs with some of their pitching. So the back of their rotation is kind of weak, and so is some of their bullpen here. So
I think he's built a good defense, kind of like you point out pretty often. David Bell is pretty elite.
yeah, I'm glad he fixed his middle infield.
Bezos is really great. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Martinez can really play third though, and I think that like third is an important position for defense that people kind of undervalue. So long term, maybe look to upgrade there. I'm sure that's on the radar, but just something to think about.
Yep. I mean, yeah, he projects to be pretty good this year. So maybe I'm wrong, which I usually am. And he's gonna compete this year, and his window is now. Again, I would just be careful with some of these guys that you're trying to bring up, and
Yeah, it's difficult.
I will say OSA has a lot of these. So by my scout, it looks. But
yeah.
All right. Last thoughts.
I got nothing.
I got nothing either.
All right. Well, Zach, good luck this season.
Yeah,
for your first playoff berth.
I'm hoping for 500 for you. I think that's 75 wins. I think is realistic.
Yeah, 74 last year. So.
Oh, was he that high? Wow. Okay, then yeah, 500. 500's the goal.
For sure. I mean, he could definitely compete. There wasn't that much of a difference between the ins and the outs, So.
Yeah.
All right, 7th place in the division last year was Denver, and Denver has really been the ultimate rebuild. That and Huron, right?
Yeah, they've kind of been rotating doors for GMs and stuff like that as well. When she's correct on that statement.
Yeah, we had a kind of an eccentric person running the team first. Now, Joe's taken over the team. He's done a pretty good job. His minor league system's really, really deep.
Yeah.
Like 35 top 500 prospects, which is kind of the first thing you look at a team like Denver, because I don't think they're competing this year. Again, his window's a couple seasons out at this point, especially with how strong his current division is, I would say.
I believe he's
they're kind of bad.
At the
He
moment, yeah.
did sign Ruben Nunez to a huge deal though this offseason. So I think he might think he's getting there close or soon.
I think he just wants to build something of his own. Be my guess.
Yeah, I don't know. That might have been also just like a popularity move. I mean, Nunez isn't bad, right? He is 25 years old, so even as his guys come up, like 4 years from now, after his guys have developed, like Nunez is going to be 29 and still in his prime. So I think just the fact that he had put up so much WAR in 2 seasons and he was that young probably looked pretty attractable to a team.
Yeah, like I can see it. It's just like a lot of money for
Yeah,
a team that's probably going to be bad. So I
yeah,
don't know,
no,
6 and one, half dozen in another.
He's got a lot of injuries going on right now as well. So, but nothing
Oh yeah,
too horrible. Tio Tavares.
7 months.
That's
Sam Walburn,
good.
10 months. Oh, that guy sucks. Never mind.
Yeah. But
yeah, definitely not a lot of shining parts of his team right now. Nunez, I do like though. I think he does have a great.
hmm
It's one of those guys that like 55 rating, but still like puts up like really great numbers. So he's almost kind of like a hidden gem because he's also not going to hopefully ask for 35 million.
can really
He's
run the
gonna
bases as well, you know?
I was gonna say crank that stealing slider. Let's see how many he can put up.
Crank
yeah,
that
for sure.
shit
I
to
always like that,
11.
especially if you're not competing, right? You might as well just go for.
Yeah, let's go for records, dude.
Yeah.
Get on base, steal some bases.
Yeah.
His center fielder's not terrible. You know, range is important out there. He's also a fast guy, good fan favorite guy. Um, hasn't put up amazing statistics, but I don't hate Castillo.
75 range is great.
He's got the ghost of Dan Brown in the lineup.
Oh wow, he signed Dan Brown.
Yeah, 45 overall. The ghost of Dan Brown.
He's
Still
still
living,
around.
kicking. Two-time TBL champion Dan Brown, I should say.
What did he do? What's so special about him? I can't remember.
Nothing. It was just a guy that Atlanta signed after
I think
the
he
2001 season.
traded for him from Louisville. Because I think he played for Louisville and then got traded at the deadline.
He did, yep.
Oh,
I think it was in the offseason, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, but I'd kind of talked to him on the championship podcast about it because I was looking at Brown at the same time. But yeah, again, I don't think Denver's looking to do much last year. He said he was trying to kind of move towards 500 last year, but hopefully he's looking at this division and sees, you know, what he's up against at the moment, and he keeps kind of pushing that deadline out to a time where he can move up the rankings. Because he's definitely in a tough division right now, and
yeah, I think he's building something. He just said 500 still the goal. So you know,
Oh,
I think he understands. He said it's a tough division. He's in
yeah.
a tough division.
yep.
I think 3 years from now they'll be scary.
Your mind can change after 3 or 4 sims too.
Yeah.
Once you're like 15 games back, or if you're in it, then yeah, you know,
Yeah.
shit moves quick in this league.
The OTP gods, you know, sometimes roll the dice in your favor. Who knows?
Yep. I will say Joe is a super meticulous GM, right? So like he goes through all his minor league systems. He's super involved.
He's got some pieces here. It looks like they're super young, 17, 19, and 21.
So I won't be surprised if he turns this thing around and he's a competitive GM in a couple of years.
Yeah,
He's definitely on
absolutely.
top of his GM game.
Yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts about Denver prospects? Anything like
Just
that?
want to give him a shout out. You know, he definitely he made the league schedule for us and gave the rivalry matchups happen. So
Yeah,
It's a
for
good
sure. That
shout out.
schedule is pretty
Yeah.
fucking dope. Especially, hopefully, it solves your problem, Jacob. These great away games. I had the same problem. Just in I think every GM kind of went through that part of the schedule.
Oh, okay. I was just louder to complain about it.
No, yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I'm grateful that we have something else because
Me too.
it was just
Yeah.
some shit I found online, and
Okay.
and clearly the fact that you weren't even playing the Jade division like really sucks to me. So
It happens. We
glad
got a
there's
new
more
one now.
parity in this schedule.
Yeah. So thank you, Joe, for the
Yeah,
new
for
schedule. Great
Yeah,
shout out,
I
Chris.
yeah, me and Paul here were going through and adjusting it all out, and that I looked at that was very long and confusing. So if you did all that, that is, I mean,
Well, that's the
amazing.
thing. It was long but not confusing. It's actually really.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean, definitely,
really
I
like, I
fucked up
mean,
part of the directions when I was setting it up, but and I worked through another kink that was not his issue, but just something that we found. But
yeah,
yeah, super detailed and really great.
yeah, much appreciated. Or it's a big thank you.
Yep. All right, so that's the end of the Jade. We should rank them. That's the end of the conference. Then we can have a mini conversation to see what the rest of the night looks like.
Okay.
Do you want to go first, Jacob, on this one? Do you want me to go first?
You know, I'll go first because
All
I
know
got
is-
hot takes on this one.
All I
right, I
know
love
is
it.
I went first last one, so
Yeah.
not
No, I'm
me.
ready to go first.
I want to hear
I
the
got
hot.
hot takes.
Let's do it.
So my number 1 and 2 are New Orleans and Galveston.
All right.
I think New Orleans wins in the regular season, but if you put those two teams in a playoff series, I think Galveston comes out on top.
Ooh, hot take, hot take.
Yes.
I do like this
Number
hot
3, I'm gonna put Tampa. I really like their starting pitching. I love that rotation. I don't think they have any weak links. Number 4 is Atlanta. If they get any injuries, I think they're kind of screwed. They just don't have any depth this year, it looks like. So unless Jason makes some late moves, their team's still very, very good, but it feels like he's willing to take a step back
All right.
to let the arms race go with New Orleans. So I'm putting Atlanta 4, but they could very easily be a number 2.
Fair.
Those teams are all very interchangeable to me. Number 5, I'm putting Las Vegas. I think he's still got issues with his starting rotation at the back end and like pitching depth just in general, but his offense should be really good. I think Verdugo will be great. Then Fort Collins, but they're going to be like a really strong number 6. And then I think Denver is just going to be following them up in the back. So,
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
so yeah, those are my hot takes.
Those are pretty good. That's definitely definitely a little different than what I'm gonna predict. So I think you definitely took some risks there. Chris, do
I'll
you want
go
to go
next.
second? You wanna? Okay.
I'll go next, so I'll go last on the next one.
Sounds good.
So I think I picked New Orleans is gonna take it, number 1. I got 2, 3, and 4 as it's a mixture. I think it's gonna be a battle in this division in who gets second. Maybe another game 163. So I'm gonna go with let me go with Atlanta because he's gonna hold on to it. He's got something to hold on to. I don't know why. It's just got way too early predictions. Number 3 is gonna be Galveston. Number 4, Tampa. 5, Vegas. Fort Collins at 6, and Denver in last. I think it's just a tough division, and I think all four teams are going to make it to the playoffs in this division.
Me too. Yeah, it's a good call out.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I like that. I'm kind of similar to you, I would say. I think I have New Orleans. I think I'm gonna give Atlanta number 1. I think they're gonna reclaim the crown here.
Ooh,
I think they
hot
have kind of
take.
their
Hot
same core
take.
there. Well, I'm gonna buy into Joe's conspiracy theory of the disruptive players are gonna tear each other apart. New Orleans is just not gonna be able to pull it together and catch proven champions in Atlanta. So Atlanta is gonna be 1. New Orleans is gonna be number 2. Number 3, I'm gonna put Tampa Bay. I really like Tampa Bay. And then
Okay.
4, I will put Galveston. Number 5, I will put Las Vegas. Again, I think they got a good young team that's moving up, but there's just so much competition above them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
I like Vegas's team. I just think it's a little rushed. So
Again, all the respect for Kyle and his job is there's just too much talent above him, and his team starting to lose talent. And then Denver, I think, has work to do still to rebuild that franchise. So 7 for Denver. So we got the bottom the same, little
Yep.
mixture, little disagreement towards the top.
it's a tough
And
division
then
to choose, and like we said, I think all of us in the top say, but I think we all agree that all 4 are going to make it to the 4 teams are from this division are making the playoffs. So
I think Fort Collins at 6 is just a testament to like how strong the division is. Because Kyle's really good and he knows what he's doing. So like them at 6 just means that there's just like an absurd amount of talent that has gotten smashed into this division here.
yeah, and I always, again, I feel like I always read some teams wrong, and maybe I look too much at the rankings and the ratings. So I wouldn't be surprised if these were completely off, and hopefully we can revisit that. Well, maybe we'll post that in the news. Just to
Yeah,
call
that would be good.
ourselves out at the end of the season. Cool. Yeah. So actually, Chris, you just kind of hit on it. Do you think 4 teams are coming from the Jade Division playoffs, or
yeah,
you
absolutely.
think both wild cards are coming from the Jade? You too, Jacob?
Now that I think about it, like it's probably a yes. But I can see like Baltimore or who is it? Somerville maybe or sneaking in. Like there's a couple teams that like if they get hot at the right time and just because those Jade Division teams play each other more, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. So depending on how those head-to-heads go, I think it'll be close, but I think it's probably 4 teams from the Jade, yes.
Yeah, I feel similar, unless like you cannibalize each other, right? Because that's the thing. You got to play. You got to play New Orleans and Atlanta so many times. Those other.
Yeah.
But I think Baltimore is an outside shot. I'd Philly 4th, so I'll say they have an outside shot. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think it might be the Jade. I think I agree with you guys. And if you had to pick a champion from the ice, who are you picking?
I am all in on Galveston, dude.
Galveston to the championship game playoffs.
I'm all in on Galveston.
Right. I like that. That's brave.
I can't wait to be
I'm gonna
wrong.
be brave. I'm gonna be brave as well, and I'm gonna pick New York.
I like brave picks, and that's not one of them.
I'm picking New York.
You know what? I picked it right last year, and so just to keep the conspiracy theories rigged alive, I'm gonna pick New Orleans because they have such a great team on paper.
And
When
we're
I'm
gonna
right,
go with
be
our
like
concept that
friggin'
the assholes win.
yeah, assholes win. This is gonna be.
The assholes is like we all don't like to give away like, oh man, that guy's an asshole. I just don't want him on my team.
I had New Orleans finishing 2nd in the division, and they're just gonna pull it together in the playoffs, and just like as much as they all fucking hate each other, they're just gonna mash, and they're gonna win a championship.
They're going to be so mad, they're just going to hit the ball 500 feet
Yep.
collectively.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pitchers are gonna throw 1-2 hitters.
Yeah.
I didn't see who else was disruptive on the team outside of Miller, and Bland's disruptive, right?
Yeah, Bland is, and
Doesn't matter, but I'm just like,
yeah.
that's crazy. All right. So let's take a quick intermission. Maybe we'll continue on tonight if we got the energy.
Yeah,
And
I'm ready to continue. I'm good to go. I'll take a little 2-minute break.
I'd be down as well too. It's Friday night. I got the energy.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm in.
All right. So let's take 5. Chris, you want to throw us on mute, and we'll be back in a few.
Yeah, I'll throw us on mute. BRB.
Alrighty, here with Big League preseason podcast. We're going to go off to the Fire Conference now and take a look at the 14 teams here. Starting off with the Ruby Division, which has represented the Fire Conference in the TBL Championship 4 straight years and is now 0-4 in those 4 years, unfortunately.
We can
but-
get to that conference championship though. I tell you, this division.
Yeah, we can win that conference championship. We just can't win that league championship.
That final prize.
Can't get there. Can't quite finish the line.
But the team we're going to look at here to start things, the San Diego Seals, who finished last year with the league's best record, 103 wins last year for the Seals.
Is this one of your
9.
favorite teams in this division?
Too soon. That's all I can say about the Seals. So I knew they would turn it around eventually, but they became quick, really good by accident. And my brother will. So San Diego is my brother, but he'll admit to this. He accidentally became good. Last year was by design, and this year I expect a lot of the same. See a lot of blue over there in the league rankings.
Yeah. Good
Um,
catcher, Glenn Marks.
He's really good. He's got a good team. He basically had a lot of prospects come up that he didn't mean to call up, but they were called up, and he combined that with a bunch of free agent signings. Just like pickup guys that nobody wanted in March, but like who had put up some good results in the past. And he found himself with a 90-win team in 2003. So, I mean, look at that turnaround, right? 2002, he won 52 games. This team was Denver. This team was Huron. And then this team was New York. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
They're now a team to be feared.
Yeah,
very, very
this team
quick
is
turnaround.
scary.
So, I actually understand why he could win 2 PM of these in a row, which is, again, I think people are just trolling me a little bit, right? But yeah, no, he's been really, really great. He's had really, really the last 2 seasons.
He's made some good pickups too. Like he got Bill Bryce at the deadline last year on his all-in, and it didn't work out for them. But that guy is very, very good.
Yeah.
And then you got Ed Serrano in free agency. I couldn't afford him. Ed Serrano's great. One of the best third basemen in the league, I think. Probably the best defensive third baseman.
Can't turn the double play, but really good.
I'm glad you pointed out the Bill Bryce thing too, because that's another reason I don't think Fort Collins is gonna have a great year. It's like he was.
Yeah, he got a lot for him.
Part of Fort Collins.
But yeah, that was his star.
Yep. So I think Fort Collins is in rebuild. But yeah, Bill Bryce is a great second baseman.
His pitching is absurd, top to
Yeah.
bottom. Like
Yep.
that starting rotation of Robinette, Marquez, Iglesias. Like there's not. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's got a rotation not to be trifled with.
You may have just said this. He brought in Ed Serrano, third base, to fill a hole. Everything else is
Pretty similar to last year. Yeah.
That from you, it looks like.
Yep. Couldn't pay him. I can't afford that price tag.
He did lose De Aguilar, and I know he's 38. You said his pitching is great. Like, does he have some rookies that are starting, or like, where do you just have the depth to fill that?
I think he just has the depth to cover for it. I don't know about rookies. Is Marquez a rookie? No. Ornelas isn't. Schneider isn't. No, these are just dudes.
Yeah. Well,
He's got a great pen.
Yeah. I was gonna say the thing about winning the division by 15 games is you have some wiggle to lose some guys and still probably be pretty good the next season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think he's the team to beat, clearly, going into 2005.
Yeah. He's got good bats.
Chris
His
may disagree.
defense is like elite, especially in all those key positions, and he's got great pitching to go along with it, so that helps that as well.
I love Jim O'Leary, like his leadoff guy. When he stays healthy, that's his big problem. He's one of those guys. He's a squirrel guy.
Yeah, I love those bars. Yeah.
Yeah, he
That's
gets
one of my
hurt a lot.
favorite. Steals bases.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my type of guy right there. But yeah, health is a problem.
37. He's almost done.
Hopefully more than 9 games, or he's got like a good replacement
I don't
for
think he
him when
plays
he
more than
inevitably
50
gets hurt.
This could
Yeah.
be Jim O'Leary's last year.
I bet he doesn't play more than 50 games. I'll bet you that $1 back. Oh, wait, we're not. No wagering.
Yep.
Hey, no gambling, Paul.
But yeah, no. Good young team.
What about his prospects? Does he have? Oh, he still has guys. He's still got his like 1.1 from 2002, 2003 when they
Joe-
got the first overall pick.
Got
Joe
Joe
Butt
Bu-
was the 6th rounder in the inaugural draft, and he's still developing.
He's only 22. He's got time. Just love his name too, Joe Butts.
I wanted to draft him, but he went super early once.
It
I
wasn't
think
he?
San Diego's inaugural draft was pretty much autoed most of it because he was
Yeah.
on vacation.
I was gonna say, wasn't he like in vacation in Hawaii or something like that?
Something like that,
We'll let it slide.
yeah, but his system isn't terrible, that's for sure. So he's got a
Yeah.
lot of good young guys up right now, and he's got some guys that hopefully can plug once he can't afford their contracts.
He's got some unknown injuries here, like this guy's hurt for unknown related day.
I think that's going to be the kind of challenge that most GMs wish they had, but he have to decide like who he wants to build around and who he's going to have to let go in a few years. So that's really what he's going to be assessing because he's already there. He's competing year to year, and he probably needs to figure out, much like another team we're going to talk about later, how to win in the postseason.
Wow.
If you remember
Jeez,
correctly,
shots fired.
I think he got swept out of the postseason.
He did
And
get
He
swept
did.
out of the postseason.
He did.
I do
Yeah.
think his 2003 postseason didn't go great either. So
I
I
agree.
think he's got a similar postseason losing streak as another.
He's
team.
great in the regular season. Can't finish it in the playoffs.
That clutch gene. Yeah. I don't know. I love this team. I imagine they win a playoff game. At least one. I hope that's what he wants. Probably a bit more, but
Catch their
yeah.
rabbit
Crazy
finally.
team.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Be a dog
mean-
who finally gets the squirrel.
Honestly, I hope I win the division, right? Because I'm a homer. And even though I'm a terrible GM, I'm better than the other 6 GMs in this division, clearly. No, but of course, yeah, no. Hopefully he has a little more success than getting swept. Hopefully every GM has a little more to have your whole season, 162 games, come down to that kind of result at the end.
It's pretty heartbreaking. Yeah.
We go through these seasons quick, but 6 weeks isn't that quick where like getting swept doesn't hurt.
Yeah, thankfully it's quick to forget about. Yeah.
All right. Any last thoughts on Seals? We're good.
Yeah, they're a good
No.
team.
They're great.
They're a
The
great
team to beat.
Team to beat.
Yeah.
So my nightmare continues from last year. Who was number 2 last year?
I think it was me.
That was you. That's right. The Sasquatches were number 2.
Sasquatch is number 2. I think thanks to a game 163.
Yeah, you beat Golden State in a heads-up game to determine the second place finisher, which of course gave you home field kind of in the wild card rounds. Big win there.
Big
It's a
win,
tough,
but also lost in the wild
what's
card round. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's tough. It is tough to decide though what to do in that kind of game 1-3 where like you're already in, but it definitely improves your standing. At the same time, you don't want to like throw everything at it because you still got a series to play, right? So
yeah, I just let it roll. That's what my theory was. It's like it is what it is. So
yep. You're kind of like San Diego. You got a lot of young, great pieces.
yeah, I put a lot of young places into talent, like Wayne Williamson last year. He was a beast for me. He Just a
Yeah.
really fast guy. He came out of nowhere. He was a first round draft pick in 2002 and just grinded hard. Uh, he's not fully developed, but he's just a guy I really like. I drafted I signed Mike Fetters last season. He was a fan fave. I wanted to get the people in the seats, and he turned out well for me last year, hitting 297. Um, I brought up Ventress as well. Not a very good personality, but he hit 280 in 110 games. So, I had a bunch of rookies out there. I believe also Scott Kinney. I have 2 years with him, but I think he came in halfway through the year in 2003, and last year was his first full season.
Yeah,
I
like
don't know,
that.
but he's a
Kurt
guy
Sobel.
that.
Let's not forget about Kurt.
Oh yeah, and then I made a trade with you, Paul, with Kirk Sobel, which I think really helped me out. He didn't really perform well for me with like he did with you and Somerville, but we'll see. I extended him, so we'll give him a shot this year. So I want to.
He put up 1.2 WAR for you in 40 games. That's like almost a 5 WAR pace. So he did pretty good for you.
Yeah, he did well. Did very well. I made some additions. I picked up Joey Johnson
Yeah.
this year. I feel like he's a
Joey
good.
didn't do it in Kingston, huh?
No, he was a bust for me. He just kept fucking walking guys. So hopefully you don't have that same problem.
We'll find out.
He could strike him out with the best of them, but oh my god, it was
He's been good.
guys on base all the time. So much traffic on the
He's
bases.
an extreme ground ball guy, so you're gonna need a good defense.
Yeah,
So, and I picked up a new shortstop as well.
I like this guy a lot.
I'm not gonna Arturo. That's all I'm gonna say. He's got good range, and I feel like he's got a decent other stats. One of those positions.
He's like a consistent 245, 250 hitter, which like
That's
for a guy who's also elite defensively, that's pretty damn good.
So I feel like it was a good pickup. I
Yeah.
had some money to spend this off season, so I don't really.
I'm gonna say, according to the offseason center, you've added more
Yes,
than
I
any
think
other
Huron
team.
posted in the Slack that I have picked up the most WAR this off season. So
Yeah. Plus 11.
I've made some. I think I picked up Mike Bell as well. I needed a left fielder.
We saw you lose Ray Carney
Yeah,
to Philly and Andrade to Montreal.
Yeah, lost a
Yeah,
couple
Mike
players.
Batchelor, the center fielder, Rivoliero, who you highlighted, those are both. There's Mike Bell.
Yeah,
Forward Pierre Johnson. A lot of good pieces.
I like your team a lot. You know, you got a lot of good young guys that like you can expect some more growth from, and then you added like some veterans that you know are going to be really good for you.
Of course, my
So
favorite guy I drafted from the inaugural draft is my catcher Adam Bashera. It's my highlighted guy.
Yep.
He's my favorite.
four-time All-Star.
He's the man. So I was like, if I'm going to revolve my team, I'm going to revolve it around him. I don't know if I did. So we'll find out.
Yeah.
So, I like my starting rotation. I got young guys in there, and Joey Johnson, who I just signed, is not that, he's 29, so he's not that old. So I got him for a couple more years. So hopefully my team can compete. I picked up a lot of mid relief arms last year at the trade deadline as well. I think I picked up Sander from Denver. I believe Vancouver from or Harville from Vancouver, and I think that's it. I think that's all I picked up last year. So I think last year I saw I was making a push to make the playoffs, and I said, "What the hell? Let's go for it!" And I made some trades. So
Yeah.
I don't have many picks this year. So
I feel like you didn't burn your
and I didn't
inventory.
burn my system down too, because if I remember correctly, my league the my minor league ranking system's got me ranked second as well because I did have 4 first-round draft picks last year as well. So I definitely did not burn the farm down.
Yeah, so you're competitive right now. So if you wanted to make a big move, make a big splash at the deadline, you have
Oh, I
assets.
have I definitely have the assets and availability to do it. So
Yeah. So I think you're really set up to be successful this year. There's going to be some stiff competition. We just saw San Diego, good. Um, but you're right there for sure. And
Yeah.
I hate to say that you're both right there.
I know it's tough. I don't want to fight Alex for it either. You made me do this, so I hate this. Hate it
Well,
/ love it.
yep, yep.
So
Well, you won't be fighting me for it, so that's unfortunate.
yeah.
We're gonna look at team number 3. Or is anybody in your?
No, that's it. We can. That's all we need to know about my
Well,
team.
actually, we should look at your system real quick. Look at this. We got some top 10 prospects here.
Eric Graham.
Eric Graham, yeah, he's the number 6 prospect. He looks really talented.
He looks close too.
Yeah. He put up 7 WAR in Double A last year. Nope. A
minus.
plus. Excuse me.
A plus, yeah.
Yeah, A+ last year. 7 more.
I mean, yeah.
I believe this guy too took a wicked spring training bump as well, too.
Who dat? Cameron Phillips?
Yeah, my first round draft pick last year, 8th round. College kid. He won last season. He won pitcher of his league.
Yeah, I mean he pitched really well.
There's another guy too. I got I think Brian Bray or something like that for
Right
my
below him, number 6.
Yeah, you drafted him with the first that I gave you.
Yes, I picked him. He won pitcher of the year in the rookie league as well. So 2 of my first round draft picks won the pitcher or
That's
player of the
impressive.
year.
That's
I felt pretty cool about that.
bright future.
Yeah, and this guy was the first overall draft pick of last year's draft because not only did I have 4 first round draft picks, I also had the 1-1. So this was the 1-1.
So yeah, so disgustingly, you also, I think we're done with Spokane.
I had supreme luck. I remember too. I got the pick from Phoenix from the pick from Mark Berry, which I
Phoenix
think
was
Mark
like the
Berry.
Talk about lottery luck. Phoenix was like the 116, 117.
Yeah, he had like a 2% chance of getting the 1-1, and he got it, and I had his pick. Yeah, so lucked out. Yeah, that's enough about my team. No, I'm probably gonna miss the playoffs and be disappointed.
It's a tough division.
It is a tough division.
But I like your team.
I have faith. Yeah, and you finished just a close 15 games behind San Diego. So best of luck catching them.
You know, that's one team too that beat me a lot last year, but he beat me by 1-run games all the time.
I do think it's going to be closer this year. I don't think he's going to in a runaway fashion. I think you're both going to have good teams.
Yeah, I said I think preseason prediction had me and him finishing pretty close together.
I'm going to release a final. I think I announced that in chat, but I'm going to release a final preseason prediction after everybody pulls or everybody exports, and it's supposed to be more accurate. Like I can clear one of the files in the game and make them regenerate, apparently. So
cool.
Try to do that. See if it gives us a little more accurate predictions.
Interesting.
But anyways, third place here in the Ruby division as we move on is Golden State.
Who lost game 163.
Exactly. Yep. And Clayton has done a really good job. He went from a 500 team his first couple seasons to finally making that gap and winning the division, or bridging that gap in division 2003. Also in 2004 made the playoffs and I think was knocked out in the first round. Yeah, lost in the wild card series. So what do we think of his team and the captains?
They're okay.
Well, he held the driver's seat for second place for the longest time last year.
I think they kind of batted over their head last year. I don't think they were as good as their record was.
Man,
They
I'm
have
so-
some good pieces, but like I had nothing that really like stood out to me like crazily besides like Mike Wilson. But they're also not like they don't really have any liabilities anywhere. So it's kind of a hard team for me to look at and be like they look as good as Spokane or San Diego, but I think they're competitive at the very least. So
to me, if we're talking top 5 players in the league, Mike Wilson's up there. Switch
top
hitter.
10 definitely.
He's DHing right now, so maybe if he can't play the field, which looks like he's not great in the field anymore.
He can play
Maybe
every
never-
position, but
None of them well.
Yeah.
can't play center
But
field though.
elite hitter, put up only 5 WAR last year, and maybe an injury. 99 games, 5 WAR is pretty good. But he's a really nasty hitter.
Yeah, he's their
Really
star.
I kind of agree with you. Both seasons I've kind of poo-pooed on Golden State, and both seasons they've proved me wrong. So, don't
I
know
do
how
like the additions he made. Like he added to his bullpen a lot, if I'm not mistaken. He added a couple arms there, which I think will be good.
Took Mike Jenkins from you, Paul. And Wahoo native went to Golden State.
Yeah, Mike Jenkins is great.
Yeah,
It's a good signing.
He wanted to go back to Cali.
I think Albert Prehan. Like I think their offense kind of relies on if like Albert Prehan and Mike Wilson are good. That guy's crazy, if I'm not mistaken. He should be pretty good.
Yeah, it's still developing if he can not strike out.
But the rest of their offense, I'm kind of just like about, not like over the moon for. So
I agree. Like Kim as the 4 hitter is not. It's pretty underwhelming, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Um,
He's a spark plug though. So maybe you need that spark plug in that 4 spot.
I don't hate his catcher, to be honest. He didn't have a great season last year.
Yeah, I don't hate
yeah,
him
I
either.
like this guy.
Like
Wish
I said,
his base starting was a little better.
that's the position that like if he plays the defensive position of catcher the best, like I don't care what he hits.
That's what. Yeah.
And hitting 236 with those defensive bars, I'll take it all day.
Yeah. Um. He's got a lot of like blue on his prospect sheet. A lot of prospective talent. I think a lot of young guys look like here.
He's got the number 16 with Jonathan Simpson.
I was gonna say we should probably talk about this guy because he's got him like in the rotation to start the season. So,
Does he?
Ooh.
What's he?
well,
done?
if he's exported, then yeah.
If he's exported, yeah, then
5 pitches, it's always good. I think he can probably hang.
Yeah, I think so too. Like he's got good stuff. He's already got good movement already, and he's got decent control. Like I don't see any problem with him starting. I don't see why. He's
No,
so low.
absolutely. Yeah. It might just be like OSA hasn't scouted him.
Yeah, I mean it is low.
He's got him at 35. Yeah, but my scout likes him.
Yeah.
So.
I think this guy should be pretty good. He'll probably be like in the running for rookie of the year if things pan out.
Can't be having this. He's in my division.
I mean, Jesse DeVole has started his progression. Looks like he'll be okay. He's got a great personality.
Who's that?
Jesse DeVole is second best prospect. DEVOL.
Oh yeah, look at all that stuff. A lot of green over there.
Almost a perfect personality.
Although he doesn't have the trait. Don't matter, I guess.
Really like that catcher too. Gustavo Rodriguez. That looks great. Hitting and like catcher ability and catcher arm, like dude's the real deal.
He's 16.
Oh,
never
you're right.
know.
You're right. That's too bad.
Yeah,
It's too bad.
he could pan out, but he could
Plus,
also be a bust in like 3 years
he's
when he starts
16.
playing rookie league. Yeah.
Don't
That
get
was an
too
IAF
excited.
signing. Yeah, exactly.
He's barely
man.
hit puberty.
$4
Yeah,
million.
like he's got a couple really
$4
good
million bid in
prospects.
IAFA though. So that
That's worth it. I would bid 4 million for him if I had that sort of money lying around.
all right. Any last thoughts for Clayton's team?
I mean, he put up a good fight last year, so it's going to be another tough one, and I think he's got to battle it out. I think I'm going to have to battle him out. I don't think it's going to be me battling San Diego, so I think it's going to be me fighting him.
I think he's a good GM and that he's been proactive on the trade market, especially this season and free agency to try and get better. So yeah, I like what he's done. We'll see how it works out. Like I have a couple doubts, but for the most part, this should be another good season for them where they're looking at like a wild card spot, I think.
Yeah, I'm in that place where I feel like I treat him like, kind of like we talk about Fort Collins, where it's just a talented GM and his team
Yeah,
doesn't look on paper, but he might be able to make it.
I think that's a good comparison. Yeah.
Yep. All right, on to team number 4 last year with 86 wins, and our team that made it actually to the TBL championship for the second time in 4 years, actually.
The
Got
Firebirds.
swept 4-0, unfortunately. But
They beat
again,
me, so I
no
was
other
rooting for them.
yeah,
Unfortunately,
no other teams gotten over that hump. So we have Phoenix, Brendan.
yeah,
He's been unusually quiet this offseason. Usually, like in trade wants, he's like begging for cash, and he hasn't this offseason.
He might finally be out of draft picks.
True.
I think he's tapped out. I think he's tapped. Like, well, I
Yeah.
think 2027 just opened up, so
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
2007 opened up.
There's
So.
new draft picks to trade away. You're right.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Clayton's been super aggressive in the trade market this season, but that's been kind of Brendan's first few years. So.
Yeah, that's been his bread and butter is just trade for top talent. Like that's how he got Mark Berry, a couple other guys that he's had in the past, same sort of thing.
Mark Berry. Oh, I traded him to him. Yeah.
It's okay, that got you first overall.
Sure did. It did.
Got to think long term.
I do. He was my first pick in the inaugural draft as well. So.
Oh, that's a tough one to give up.
It was a tough one to swallow, but
yeah, I think both people ended up with what they wanted. That feels like a pretty even trade.
It worked out, I think.
Yeah.
Phoenix is another team that rocks 6 stars. Looks like just a ton of pitchers in general. They have almost no bench players. They have a backup catcher, and they have Mike Anderson, who looks like a two-way player. Well, he's said as a two-way player, but he's a terrible DH. So an accident.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd let him hit.
If he's listening to this, you might want to unselect him as a DH, but that's maybe I'm missing something.
Who is it again?
Mike Anderson. He's never hit before, so he probably just
sets him as two-way for his captain status.
Yeah.
Just leads the boys on the bench.
It's like I can't hit it like you boys, but come on. Get into it.
Yeah, this is a fascinating team to me because he's been like top 3 in home runs every season. Like he lives and dies by the long ball, right? And it's worked out for him twice, obviously, right? But when it doesn't work, they have a couple seasons, like especially in the regular season, they've started to fall back down a bit. So, I mean, he is on top of things. It's just like interesting from a strategy perspective how he views the most effective way to go about offense, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at his 3-4-5, you kind of expect that same kind of this year, right? You still get Freed.
That guy's insane. Yeah.
Barry and Smith.
Barry's been back-to-back 40 homer seasons. Smith has hit 35 34 Smashers.
Yeah, a lot to like. A lot to like. And he's in tune with like the league and his roster, so oh, but I can't say too many good things. They're my rival. I gotta shit on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It was so funny.
I'm sorry, Kingston. I'm sorry, Jacob. You know, because I should have beat him in the playoffs last year, and you wouldn't have had to face him and get swept by him.
Then you
I got
guys
swept by Virginia, actually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah.
But didn't they sweep you beforehand?
They did. They swept. They beat me in the TBL, like in the Fire Conference Championship in 2001. We didn't get swept. We won a game. Thank you very much. That was the last postseason game we've ever won.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that one.
Yeah,
So many losses ago.
I know. They just all blend together. All 13 in a row or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
I felt like my team should have beat him, and they blew it in the top of the ninth or something like that.
I remember you saying that after you lost, that like your bullpen blew it late in Game 7 or whatever
No, it was
when
like
you guys played.
I think it was
it was an earlier game, like 4.
game
Yeah.
3 or something like that, or game 4, one of the early ones. And then
Oh,
just
and then
won
they
the last-
stormed back, eh?
Yeah, and they won. Yeah, I think I had the lead 2-1 or something like that.
Oh,
Game
brutal.
4, I lost. Lost in the top of the
Brutal.
ninth.
I will
Great,
say,
good team, and I'm glad he made the championship. I was rooting for him.
according to the off-season center, he lost 10 players for a total of 0.0. So,
Yeah, he went bargain bin hunting last season, I think.
yeah, he's taken in
Yeah.
he's taken in a few guys this year. Like nothing great in terms of like ratings, so those types of players. But I do like his pickup of Bill McCarron. He's a very
Yep.
popular catcher. Has all the different kind of personalities that you'd want
Yeah.
in terms of a free agent signing.
I think Jared Brown, one of the guys he added to his starting rotation, is like a sneaky good signing at like 2.9 million.
Yeah.
I bid 2 years, 3 million for him. And he signed with fucking Phoenix for less and for 1 year. I was like, what the hell, man? Like, what did I do?
Just wants to go in sunny Phoenix, and
I don't blame him. I mean,
He's
like,
from
who doesn't want to
Fargo,
live in the
North
Sun
Dakota. He
Belt?
doesn't want to go to fucking Kingston.
Yeah, no one wants to live in Canada. Yeah.
I choose more.
it's like, yeah, Phoenix is nice. I've been there. It's warm. A little too warm
I
for
have
me,
not been there.
actually.
I'd like to go sometime. We could probably play some good golf there, Chris. Let's.
Give it a go. Let's give it a go. Probably could.
All right. Let's take a look at Phoenix's. I feel like pretty.
I don't think he's got. I think he's starting to have maybe because I took his first round pick last
His
year.
back two are really good. Outside of that, it's kind of a pot.
Yeah, he's only got 2 players in the top 100.
Will Fiend's pretty good too. Will Fiend, Dustin Ryan's, Pedro. And he's got no system because he's been traded.
Yeah,
as
he's
we talked
been
about.
traded.
Yeah.
He actually does. He does have 2 top 500 prospects. Excuse me, top 100 prospects. And they're close. Corey Martin and Justin Piles.
Justin Piles is super close. Like, we might see him after call-up day, depending on how he develops.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think he's got his bulk of his lineup still intact. I think he's got. Surprisingly, he's been like one of the best pitching rotations every single year, right? Even though he doesn't have like so.
Yeah, he just consistently has good pitching. I've been like trying to figure out how he does it or what he does. I tried to mimic his bullpen and it didn't make sense. But yeah, great team.
Yep. So
he knows what to do, I guess.
We'll see. I think it's
Can't
kind of
doubt
been a
him.
changing of the guards with San Diego and Spokane, but we'll see. We'll see if Phoenix can get back into the postseason. Next up,
Uh-oh. Who do we got?
80-win Oahu Paddlers.
Woo!
Let me tell you, that is a generous 80 wins because I ended this season
10-0, right?
so I was not very good last year. Then I sold a bunch of pieces.
Who'd
So
you
I'm
sell?
expecting. I think I had 4 or 5 trades at the deadline. Like I was super active.
Yeah.
Who's one guy you sold though?
I gave up Mike Harold, New York, as a pitcher. I gave you that
Crawhorn.
second baseman, Kirk Sobel.
Oh, that's right. You did. You gave
Gave
me Sobel.
Crawhorn to Lehigh. I think I sent something to San Diego, but I could be wrong.
I think you did.
Uh,
I think you did.
Yeah, I don't remember what.
I think it was like a fringe piece though.
So I've been collecting assets, and
I think you got one more guy to trade off here.
He's
Did I
not
trade
trading him. He's not
I-
trading him.
oh, you
No.
want me to get rid of Blackwell? Yeah.
I think you should. I think you should.
We'll see. We'll see.
If you're out of it,
he's got a lot of years left on the contract.
Yeah,
so.
give him to me.
imagine the return that you could get for him.
For
I'll
sure.
give you
But I think I have some
20
time to think about it,
American
with him.
dollars.
You know, I think I could be a surprise contender this year. This is like
I was-
the year
yeah.
we went to San Diego, and
Yeah,
it
it's
was like
true.
they're
I mean,
definitely
like,
a team, and then they finished in right.
you're
I was
one of
looking at your team to do some prep work, and I was like, "Oh, these guys are better than I thought they were."
Well, really, it's my system that I'm feeling like there's some guys that are getting close. Specifically, my 2, 3, and 4 prospects are all starting pitchers, and they're all like on the edge. But I am playing it kind of soft, and I'm gonna start the triplets here. So we're talking about Javier Jame, Austin Ridley, and Chad Illig.
Some nice guys.
Yeah, they're all decent, right? So I'm just
6
gonna let
pitches
them.
on Hamye. That's pretty good.
Yep, and they've put up decent minor league numbers. So I'm going to play it slow. They're going to be sitting right there in AAA, so I expect to be a really, really bad team to start season, and maybe throughout. We'll see.
Yeah,
And then I
rock it out.
might call them up at call up day just to get the experience this year, and then next year I'm hoping to get back into the action a little bit. So that's why I'm not sure about Blackwell yet.
Okay, fair. I'm just thinking of like he's 33. He's not going to get any better. You know, you
Yeah.
saw what I traded for Rich Gordon. Imagine what you could get for Ben Blackwell. I think there's something there if you're really out of it.
Oh, I think you're right. I think the market is there for sure. He's been
Yeah,
workhorse. He's an Iron Man guy.
he's a top 5 player in the league, I think. So
Yeah. Consistent 8-WAR player. Yeah.
yeah,
Good.
I don't know, but I like Ryan Granum and who is it? Brian Gregory, your catcher. I love that guy that just sucks on offense, but is like
He was a free agent. I didn't sign him for much. He was out there.
he's just like consistently at like 10 plus catcher framing runs.
He was a liability last year, though, right? Like
What's his name?
9.64.
What's the catcher's name?
Brian Gregory.
Where's it? Antonio Campos.
I just signed Campos. Technically, he's better overall rating.
Oh, okay.
But Gregory has an 80 catcher ability. Just kind of a specialist, that kind of thing. I'm going to give my yearly shout out to hopefully not injured Andy Hensley, who will definitely be getting a starting rotation spot as
The
my
65
baller.
knuckleball. God rest his soul.
You love your knuckleballers.
God rest his soul on Tim Wakefield.
And you know what? So yeah, I don't think I have any chance to compete with the top teams in this division. So I think I'm just gonna kind of see how my guys play out, see if I can get any value from guys and trade them off at the deadline.
I think it'll be a tough out though.
Yeah, I think Blackwell's a build around piece, so I just don't. I know he's 33, but if he goes to like 38, like that's 5 more years, you know. So if my starting pitching isn't far from, then I can go out in free agency and fill the lineup up. So
I see the
I haven't
rationale.
decided yet, basically. But yeah, my lineup sucks outside of him. I did.
Yeah.
say
I don't
he's
think you're
a good
giving
golfer.
yourself enough credit. I think there's some decent guys here.
I think he's got a steaming pile of garbage. I agree with him.
Well, I do like to say, in the down moments where I see San Diego, Spokane at the top of the division, I do remember that I'm one of 3 teams to make the championship in this conference. And
Yes, you have. You've made the
Yep.
championship.
You got that to hold upon them
You're one of the
until they do
teams
that.
you're one of the teams that failed to cross the finish line. So that's
I
all
will
I
say
know.
the one guy I'll highlight before we can move on from my team is Roland Rodriguez. He's going to be a rookie this year. He took a huge dev bump in spring training. He's just a relief pitcher, so he's not something to be too excited about. But still nice when you get a guy that kind of comes out of nowhere. He was a 5th-round pick.
From what I hear, he throws nothing but change ups. So you're screwed.
He's progressed pretty quick. So
That's pretty nice.
let's
Yeah, like
hope.
you gotta love
This is
seeing
the other
that.
guy, like the ratings are higher than the actual pitching bars, but good fastball, good splitter. And I will say my system's okay. My system's okay. That's kind of what I've been focusing on. I have a lot of picks this year, a lot of picks next year to go with some decent top prospects. My system's not as deep as some other teams. I only have 16 top 500 picks, but I have a lot of top 100 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember in like your super competitive years, you were like one of the few teams that also had like a really good farm at the same time. Like I feel like you drafted
Yeah,
pretty well.
You were competitive. You were competitive, and you had a draft, and you didn't even trade the farm at the same time. So to get
Yep.
there,
Yeah.
so I think you drafted well. I think you drafted old in the draft, and I think you kind of had a
I did
short.
like mid range, yeah, for sure.
I think you did mid range. I think you had because I think you drafted Crawhorn and Blackwell, who were like because Blackwell's 33, and so I mean he was like 29 at the time when you drafted him. So
It is funny though. We look at top 500. I do that kind of thing when I'm just trying to look through some of the system. But like Roland Rodriguez, who I just highlighted, top 500 prospect, but he's hopefully going to impact dude in my bullpen
yeah.
if he avoids that changeup. So, all right, on to the next one.
Yeah, next team.
All right, next team is the San Antonio Chiles
Chile,
Picantes.
the Picantes.
And we have a brand new GM over the
Yes.
Chiles Picantes. Has not
Welcome to the
managed
league, Bobby.
team
My
yet.
favorite team logo of the big league.
Yeah. No, Bobby's been awesome so far. He has support. He's been super involved. I don't think he's been in an online league. I think that he was.
Yeah, I think he said this is his first.
Yeah. So hopefully he has a good experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excited to see what he can do here. We've got a GM, prior to him who went to 3 straight playoffs and then kind of it fell off last year. And
Was he one of the other ones that made the champion or the
he
league
did. He made the
championship?
championship in 2003. So it's been Phoenix, San Antonio, and Wahoo.
Oh,
Yeah. But yeah, last year was a tough year.
yeah,
I don't know
tough
what
year for
direction
him
to
last
go.
year.
He had the Cy Young candidate, or excuse me, winner.
Yeah,
It's terrible.
that guy was insane.
Amazing year.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd, actually. Holy shit. He gets the benefit of playing in a really heavy pitcher's park, I will say, but like,
240
still,
innings. Yeah.
that's a
179
ridiculous year.
strikeouts. Yeah. 4 good pitches. I'm telling you, like,
Oh,
I
wait a
always
sec. Wait a
wondered.
sec. Pitcher of the year. Oh, and he's selfish. What a dink.
That's okay. At least he's not disruptive.
Yeah.
Keeps his shit to himself. Doesn't like to meet with the press. Clearly, not at all generous. But I mean, again, we highlight Norm Soto. Amos, he's got one of the best 3-4 combos in the league. So you can always, I think, if you can put some competent guys around like these 2 hitters, then your lineup can be okay. And then if you can have a Cy Young winner and clear pieces, then you're going to have a chance
Yeah.
to
I
be wild
worry
minimum.
about his
Amos
team
is
though
so
because Soto or Amos is a free agent coming up, and Soto and Terrence Mason both have player options after this season, so they're signed technically, but I don't think either of them are going to take it. They're probably both going to cash in. So
Who's got some decisions to make.
yeah, which for a new GM that's never played in an online league might be like a bit overwhelming. So hopefully he like
Well, he may have to make a decision, right?
yeah.
Which might lead to Soto being on the free agent market. 32.
I think there might be some trades.
I think you got to lock up Amos at 26, like those bars, personally.
Yeah, I think you got to lock up Amos.
I think he's got a pretty crazy injury history
Amos.
for what it's worth. Yeah, he's got injured every year for a couple. He was pretty healthy last year,
He's got
but
a 1-5-monther.
definitely
He's got a
gonna be-
monther in there. I don't like that word.
yeah.
Weird
But yeah, that's a ridiculous player. Wow.
bars wise, yeah, man, and nice personality.
Still, I think you got to lock him up.
Probably.
Maybe no. I kind of like Jacob's point. Like, I mean, the most important stat. I think it's like some football quote. It's like the best ability any player can have is the ability to stay on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a big consideration. Like Norm Soto, like an
Yeah. I mean, imagine another guy that you could get a lot for all three of them, 50% retained at the deadline. It could be like kind of wild, fucking dealing all three of them to different people of those guys.
I mean, the other thing too, you got to worry about locking up Terrence Mason if he opts out next year, which at 23 million after winning a Cy Young.
He's gonna opt out, and he's selfish. He's gonna ask for like 30 a year probably. So
Yeah, so that's and if if we're playing like put on our GM hats for San Antonio, like, are you going for Terrence Mason? Are you going for Soto? Are you going for Kareem Amos? I think I'm taking Mason on top of.
I'm taking Mason. Yeah,
Mason.
absolutely.
It's so hard to get at that level.
Yeah.
Or you can
Mason
trade,
every
you can
time.
trade me Mason. I mean,
Mason's probably been the healthiest.
I'll give him
Yeah.
$10 cash.
Probably not a hard choice.
Yeah, if you have first round picks to throw around, you might want to start talking to Bobby if they get off to a slow start.
Yeah.
I mean, they could start hot. They've got high end talent, but
I think you bring up a good point though. When you have 3 stars like that about to hit free agency and you have to make contract decisions, you're hoping to match that with like some young prospects who are coming up and are on those minor league contracts or those minimum contracts.
I mean, if he's got
Yeah.
money for extensions, which he does, he's got 60 mil. He's got he's
That's where the Sasquatches though, Seals are. Got those minimum contract guys. They've got some big free agent signings.
yeah,
They've got
you
like
got to
really
layer them.
teams.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
And no
I'm
chip
gonna
in
have
the
some
same way
decisions
they're
coming up in the future. I
Right.
do know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to keep the gang together for all those years.
San Antonio does have a really, really good system. I like their system a lot. Dan March is not far away. He's got 5 pitches. Can throw the curveball out the window, but
Yeah, I have this guy shortlisted. I think I wanted to pick him at one point.
They're all shortlisted from me.
Mm.
It's usually the top guys are always shortlisted because they got drafted before I got the chance to draft.
Yeah.
Jeremy Andrews is really close. I really like this guy's bars and profile. He's got like great contact, gap, and avoid Ks. Jeremy Andrews.
Jeremy.
And look how fast he is.
Whew.
Like good corner outfield.
Oh yeah, those are the bars I like to see. Oh, I love that shit.
He's right there in AAA, so he's like not.
This
Why, he
is
could
the one that
probably.
scares me. These are the two bars that scare me the most when you see them in the blue. Is the sacrifice bunt and the bunt for hit. Like when you see those, like I want to know how much that really pads the stat lining or the rating.
I don't
You got
scouting
80,
rating.
80 speed
think
though.
so.
Just like set him to bunt all the time though. And get 40 bunt hits this season.
Do you ever mess with that? Those bunt stuff?
I don't, not very often.
Oh,
Sometimes
okay.
I have a guy who's like, if I have a guy who's like a really great wizard at shortstop, and I need like a defensive shortstop, but his like offensive bars are fucking garbage, but he can bunt really well. Sometimes I'll adjust the bunt slider.
Oh, okay.
Bunt, bunt all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it was
Bunt for hit, no matter what.
Yeah, because that's the funniest fucking strategy bar to me.
yeah.
I love that shit.
Andrew Ruggieri, he's wicked close too. This guy's like, at least my scout has him at 560 now. I know OSA doesn't like him as much. I don't know. He's got some pieces right there on the edge. So Bobby could kind of go either direction with the team. He can try to reclaim that Chili's Picante's glory, or he could continue to focus on the. He probably should do the latter, right? Because his lineup isn't great outside of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took a nosedive pretty hard this past season. So he went from the big league championship to 6th place in the division.
So I guess another tip I would give to Bobby as he's coming off these really big contracts, if he doesn't think he's going to be competitive in the next few years, check out those budgets. Make sure you're checking those out because his scouting and development budgets are pretty low, which kind of makes sense for where he's been as a franchise, but maybe not where he wants to go.
That's a good point. Yeah.
All right, on to the next team.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just got a decision to make if he wants to just build his own new team or if he wants to build off what Aaron built last couple of years.
All right, our last place team is the Vancouver Vandals. And they actually finished with the same record as San Antonio, so they had 69 wins as well. They had that like super long losing streak, I feel like last year. How many games?
Yeah, it was like 14 or something.
It was insane.
Yeah, that sewered him.
I remember Baltimore was complaining about losing a bunch in a row. They like intention to out of contention with a really bad losing streak, and then Vancouver is like, hold my beer. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
it was like at the same time, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Manny Lopez looks like a shining star here on Vancouver, right in the 4th spot. This is a team that was, in the conference championship 2 years ago. And then last year it just didn't work out. They had a killer offense in 2003.
Yeah, that killer offense swept me. It was full of really like left heavy bats that were like super splitty
Yeah,
and like
he's,
way better against righties.
He's
So
only got
I
two,
think this is by design.
He's only got 2 righties. All the rest are lefties. 1 through 6 is lefty.
Yeah, so I think this is by design that he like targets lefty bats that are splitty and really good against righties. Cause yeah, they fucking murdered me and it was awful. And then Andy Kerrigan came in and just annihilated me. So
And he said he has Andy Kerrigan locked up. So
yeah, till 2010. What's he got him at? 32, 35. 35. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Worth it when you have 3 Pitcher of the Year awards. And he's 25. My fucking god. Guy's gonna be so good by the time it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's cool because we're getting to watch like a future like first ballot Hall of Famer in real
100%.
time here for our league. So, I mean, like if he retired today, he would be probably there already,
100%.
like 3 in a row.
Yeah, you win
Yeah,
the Pitcher of the Year awards, you're a Hall of Famer.
yeah.
yeah, he wouldn't trade him last year.
I know. I was trying to encourage it. Not to me, just out of the division, just like everywhere else, Javi Carranza is pretty good.
Chad Drews is a good hitter. He can't catch for shit, but he just picked him up from Indy. He's got a pretty good bat for a catcher, but
I always like Drews. Not
yeah,
ability and arm though. He's not helping the pitching staff very well.
no.
As a matter of fact, he like barely plays the position, like 35 rating. Kind of feels like a DH.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Well, for
Backup catcher.
for a last place team last year, he does have some good fan interest at 82. So
Yeah, he's one of 2 teams with above average market size too,
Yeah.
which I think is kind of crazy. Because that I feel like is pretty big long term. Like he was last year, and he still has a $200 million budget to spend. Like the thing's got to be correlated there. So like long term, that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, I mean, 200 million is 19th, so that is bottom half of the league, but like it is pretty amazing.
yeah,
Seems pretty random.
me and him are tied. What's this thing called budget?
So I don't know. Do you think he's going to be competitive this year?
I
think
don't
Dylan's-
think so. I don't think he's gonna. I mean, he doesn't look it like judging
I
by
don't-
his team position rankings.
think they'll be as bad necessarily, but I also don't think they'll be great. Like it feels like a development year, trade a couple like guys that are on the older side and then like just phase in some of the younger talent, hopefully. But I think he knows what he's doing. Like he's been pretty good through this season in trading off a couple guys. So
Yeah, it's funny. He's been kind of like I would compare him in a sense to Somerville. He's been super unpredictable.
that's a good comparison.
Yeah, because he's made the playoffs a couple times, hasn't he?
Yeah,
It's like he's like on and off, on and off, on and off.
Never know what you're gonna get.
yeah. I feel like he was there in 2001 and 2003, just like Somerville for 2 years.
So this is a playoff year, is what I'm hearing.
He
Odd
did. I mean,
years.
the year he missed, he won 87 games, which I think is the most wins a team's ever had to not make the playoffs.
Sounds about right.
So yeah, last year was his first really down year. So yeah, we'll see. I don't think he's that good.
No, me neither.
He's
But
got some really great stars.
yeah,
He does have a good farm. Take a look at that real quick.
Yeah, Matt Arenas.
Yep. Arenas was, I feel like, a really top pick. The 11th overall pick. Remember that name though.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he's developed already. So has Mike Husson right below third baseman. So doesn't look like a great third baseman. Maybe more of a first baseman.
They both look like first basemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might. Arenas can maybe play the outfield. Yeah.
It would be nice if he
Yeah.
could. That would make
Arenas
his
can
life
play the
easy.
outfield.
Yeah, he can play
Maybe.
left.
He can play left.
Yeah.
You can put him in left. You'll be okay there.
So might want to make that move.
It says he's better at first, though. Again, so
He's got a bunch of guys right there that could really be good, but again, they're super young, so you have no idea.
Yeah, little bits away.
Britton, Ballard. So I don't hate his system. It's not like looking at the Sapphire division where not a lot of prospects or not a lot of top end prospects.
yeah.
A lot of the teams in the Ruby seem to have some stacked prospects.
We've been a strong division.
All right, let's get on to the. Oh, that was the last team.
Yeah.
To rank
Last
them.
team.
Yeah.
It's time to rank
Let's
him. I think
rank.
you're first. I think you're first, Paul.
Want me to start off? All right,
Yeah, you
sounds
get to
good.
start off on our division.
I mean, I'm gonna give the guy who won by 15 games last year benefit of the doubt to continue and be good this year. So I'm gonna go number 2. I am gonna give it to Spokane. I think your team's really good and young as well, and top to bottom, just a really good, strong team. Number 3, that's where it gets tricky. I think no one really stands out after that. I want to confidently say that we'll Paddler, but I know I'm starting on my pitching at AAA. I'm going to be humble and smart, and I'm going to give Golden State the credit they deserve. And keep, I'm going to give Phoenix number 3. Actually, I'm not going to give Golden State the credit they deserve. I'm going to keep them at number 4. I'm going to put San Antonio at number 5 as kind of like recovery. Virginia number 6, and I'm going to put myself at number 7.
Oh, what a cop out answer.
Who did you put at? Who did you put at 6?
I put. Did I say Virginia? I'm sorry.
You said Virginia.
Yeah,
You went with
Vancouver. Thanks for
It starts
catching
with
that.
it. They started with a V. I get it. I
Yeah.
thought you said Virginia.
Well, I
and
wrote it
was
on my
like,
piece of paper as VA, sir. So, my bad.
It's all good. You confused me.
All right, number 2, Jacob.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, San Diego's a wagon. They're number 1 for me. I don't see anybody like coming into this season. I think besides from New Orleans, they're probably the best team in the league. I think. Number 2, I'm gonna give it to Chris, Spokane. Number 3, I have Phoenix. I think they're really good. Brendan's on top of things. Number 4, I'll give Golden State, but that's pretty interchangeable between them and Phoenix. I think it could go either way. Both of them had good success, and I don't see why they wouldn't in the future.
I agree with that.
5, I'm gonna put Oahu. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit here. Number 6, probably going to go Vancouver, and then number 7, San Antonio, I think is the way I'm leaning. But 6 and 7, again, I think are a little interchangeable here.
Okay. What do you think, Chris? What are your
Well,
predictions
I
for our
think
division?
this guy's just disrespected Spokane.
Yeah, pick yourself number 1. Do it.
Oh man, we are gonna win the division. San Diego? What? No, we're winning. Cause
All right.
I just gotta stay strong. I'm gonna talk my boys up.
I wish I didn't write these results on yellow legal pad, and I had kept our historic results to see who we are. Because I feel like you've picked yourself number 1. Like
I think he has too every time I've been on.
I'm number
all right.
1.
Who's number 2?
San Diego.
All right.
Diego. They're gonna go number 2. But there's a chance I could go number 1. So you know,
A chance, an
Yeah,
outside chance.
yeah,
Yes.
outside chance. Higher chance than normal, I believe. This is than normal. 3. I'm going to put. I think I agree with Paul on this one. Golden State. Or no, do you even
No, I
say
had
Golden
them
State? You
4.
pick
We
Phoenix,
both had them
right?
3 and 4. We all
Yeah.
Phoenix and then Golden State.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Golden State, then Phoenix.
All right, switching it.
Golden State.
You are paying
Phoenix.
respect to Clayton.
Yep.
There you go.
He gave me a tough run last year. he held it most of the time. I snuck it out at the end.
Yep.
It took game 163. So, you know. Where am I at?
5, 6, 7. Oahu, San Antonio, Vancouver.
Oh. So I'm gonna go Vancouver. Oh wait, no, San Antonio, Vancouver, Oahu.
I knew he
So,
was gonna put him 7.
yeah,
Oh,
Matched me. You
never
matched
gets
me. That's
old.
okay. The only thing we switched was Golden State, Vancouver, Golden State, Phoenix. So
yeah.
all right, and
I'm
I
leaning.
guess that brings us.
I think that's what we agree is that you're just last place material. So
Yeah, hey, we'll see, right? It all depends how long I keep those pitchers down. I truly believe that because I think pitching can make such a big impact. So
yes, it can.
Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah. All right. It's time to get on to our final division here, Topaz. I think we need the quick 5-minute break. Yeah.
I'll take a
between-
quick 2-minute break. We'll make it real
2-minute break. Yeah, we'll make it quick because I know it's
Yeah.
been a podcast. So
It's getting late.
Okay.
So I want to get it all done with, so we don't have to do it in one go.
It's okay. This is a boring division. It'll
Yeah,
go by
absolutely.
quick.
Absolutely. Yeah. We dedicated 6 minutes per team. We'll do like 2 minutes per team this time.
More than
Maybe one.
enough.
Maybe one on Kingston.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do it like quick 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Crisper.
Do you want to throw us? Do you want to throw us on mute for a couple minutes and then we'll be back?
Yeah.
All right, let's finish it up here with the Topaz division. And of course, on the stream, Jacob leading the Topaz division is actually, I feel like you've won the Topaz how many years in a row now?
2 years in a row, 3 out of 4. We had that one down year in 2002 that I couldn't figure out, but
Yeah, you didn't make the
Right,
playoffs
yeah.
that year. Yeah, you missed.
no. Yeah, we sure did.
Yep. So
Not like it mattered. The results 2 years after were the exact fucking same, so.
it's been a rough ride for you once we get beyond the regular season. That's for sure.
Yep.
I think part of it is your division's pretty bad. So
Yeah, I was telling Chris earlier, I'm like, I can never tell if my team's any good or not because I feel like I play dumpster fire teams in our division like half the time. And so you just never know if like we're good or if we're just like the king of shit mountain, you know? So,
honestly, so we kind of picked on you in the first season and didn't think you were that good, and then you proved us wrong.
Yeah, you definitely surprised us in the first season because
I've
yeah.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
I think we had when we picked this out, we weren't really sure. We're like, I don't know, this team doesn't really impress me. Also, like when we were all looking at it and stuff like that. You're like, oh, I'm gonna make my own podcast, and we're like, yeah, whatever. And then,
Yeah.
and then halfway through the season, yeah, you were like on top, and I was like, yeah, he's right. I don't know what the hell's happening.
Yeah.
Kind of overperformed the first few seasons.
Oh, we did
You
in
had
season
some kind of
1.
middle talent. Like I like McGoldrick and Aponte, but I'm glad you shipped them off because I think what you've brought in this year is straight up top end talent, and I think you're definitely you've given the Topaz division their first real threat. I think. for
Yeah.
championship. And
Yeah, we had a busy off season.
yeah, like Rich Gordon,
Um,
like obviously
Rich
a top
Gordon.
player. Ricardo Box is a top player.
So
I think Rich Gordon's the best player in the league. I'm gonna say it.
I
So
remember you talking about him. I think when we did a podcast, not last season, but the season before, and you were like, "I love this guy." So
yeah,
He's the
when
best player in the league.
when I saw that what you gave up for him, I was like, "Yeah, there's a reason why he does it. He just loves this guy."
I do, and I get the ability to flex him at second base instead of shortstop, which I think is gonna help a lot too because he goes from like a pinch shortstop defender to like the best second baseman sort of thing, which should be really good. And then yeah, I went big. I was like, fuck it. If I don't have first round picks for the next 2 years, I might as well like really go for it. So I bid on Ricardo Box early to hopefully try and help push us over the edge. He's my favorite kind of player. I love this guy so much. He's just so fun.
Yeah.
And you, Paul, think he's been robbed of the Player of the Year award?
Are you kidding me? The guy that's
Yeah, he has.
20
He absolutely has.
season stretch and didn't win a Player of the Year award. Like,
yeah.
I mean, stiff competition, like very stiff competition with like Marcelo Bland and like Jim Green and who else? Just like an absurd amount of talent that was in the ice conference before. So it's like
2 season though. How do you not win?
I think I did vote for him for that season. Actually, no, I didn't because his team didn't make the playoffs, so I didn't vote for him for
take all
number
that
1.
too, and you trickle in the fact that he's a captain.
Yeah,
he's the fastest guy in the league. And
if he stays healthy, so my theory is that I think if he can stay healthy, he can steal 100 bases. I don't think Jack had his thing all the way up.
Yeah.
He gets injured a lot,
but he's got a fucking laundry list of injuries. Holy shit. That's the worry.
Turn up that slider, it gives him more opportunity to be injured, I think.
Okay, but think of how much fun it would be if he steals 100 bases.
I hear you.
So I'm all for it. But yeah, Rich Gordon's out to start the season for the first sim. He'll be back in the second.
I saw that he got injured on the first.
I just about lost it. I was like, if I fucking, there's no way.
I was waiting for you. To lose it.
I was screaming internally. But yeah, like the only other big thing is Zach Coster, who's like my best prospect. I think the best prospect in the
He's a
league.
two-way player too, didn't you say? Yeah.
Oh yes, he
Look
is.
at that.
Oh yes,
That's
he is.
gnarly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, like he could be one of the best pitchers in the league and also hit like 30, 35 home runs in a season. So
It's crazy too. He's
I
like over 60, over 80 as a pitcher as well, and he's got four
I know.
pitches.
Yep. I know.
I think he's going to be an elite pitcher. I think he's an okay hitter, but like when you combine the two, that's super impressive.
What are you gonna do?
It-
You gonna make him a DH / starting
I'm-
pitcher, or is he gonna?
Yeah,
be
exactly. I'm gonna DH him. I'm gonna run a 6-man rotation to try and preserve him, and then just hope for the best as a DH.
That's not a bad idea right there. I like that idea. What you got?
So yeah, that's the plan. I think like he can. I think he's a better pitcher than he is a batter, but like I wouldn't put it past him. Like he's got very similar bars to like Aaron Heisler, who put up like 5.5, 6
I
WAR
do-
last season.
I do agree with that. With what you say, I think he is a better pitcher than he is a batter. But like you can't argue with those numbers there. I just think
Yeah.
he's gonna have a problem with striking out and getting on base. He's basically gonna get you.
He's gonna yeah, but if he hits the ball, which I think he will, you can probably hit like 280.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
He gets-
so I'm totally fine with that.
so
I'm a big
But yeah,
fan.
otherwise
Definitely
pretty
Double-A, too.
boring off season. For I mean, like we did a lot, but besides from that, not much. It was just like some boring shit to fill out, like the bullpen. We didn't really do much. So
I like a good two-way player. Those guys are fun.
yeah, that's why I'm like so high on him. You know, you just never know. So yeah, I feel good about us going into this season. If Munoz can stay healthy, if Box can stay healthy, if Gordon can stay healthy, and same with Kimbrough, then we look really good, I think, because we're like really good defensively as well. So
I see your
I don't know.
See you
Yeah,
keeping
it's hard to-
Ron Oliver at shortstop.
Fuck yeah, I am. That guy's awesome at short. Yeah.
I can't believe I traded. You gave me a good offer for him.
I gave you a first, dude.
Did give me a
Yeah.
first. I was
Yeah.
like- when you said you're giving me a first for him, I was like, okay.
I didn't want to mess around because I was trying to trade for Rich Gordon like the season prior, and I was trying to give up my first, and I couldn't. He wouldn't trade him. So then, like, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm giving up my first anyways." So I went out and got Ron Oliver, which I'm happy about. So
Yeah, I only got him because he had really good defensive buyers. Those are some pretty gnarly defensive.
yeah, and that's what I care about for my shortstop. So I am curious what you guys think about the Rich Gordon trade. Like, do you think there's like a winner immediately? Like, did I get fleeced? Give up too much?
Well, I mean, you haven't played the season yet, so it's hard to tell quite yet. I mean,
Okay.
I
I
think
know-
it all depends on his health because like he's been injured before, and if he gets in, the picks can turn into great things or they could turn into busts.
yeah.
The two guys you gave up were second basemen, so whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sad about the prospect I gave up. I liked him, but that's fine. I'll find another 4. I have too many fucking outfielders like that anyways, so
Still have Oscar Muniz, who I still think is like the fleecing of the league so far. That trade.
yeah, thankfully
And-
Aaron's not in the league anymore, so I can say that. Yeah, I fleeced the fucking shit out of him for that
Yeah,
one.
that was a rough one. He definitely didn't get what he should have for that.
What'd you
Yeah.
get for
Think
him?
about it. He made a championship game and didn't have Muniz that year.
Yeah.
Who knows? If he had that 7 WAR
What'd you
pitcher
get
and
for
stuff
him?
too.
I traded a 4th and a 5th and then a back end rotation guy that's now in AAA.
I mean, Muniz is old, but he's a top pitcher in the league. Can't.
Yeah.
Should have been a first plus.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I feel dirty. I feel dirty. But yeah, I don't know. I feel good about our team. I think we got a really good offense.
Well, you made some really good. You made a splash in the off season, so
Yeah, I'm just praying it pans out. So we'll see. We'll see. Don't look at my prospects. Please don't look at my. There's nothing there.
we'll just
okay.
take a look. We've talked enough about Kingston, I think.
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
We
that's
can- we
right.
can go- we
Coster's
can-
technically still a prospect. I said I actually like Joe Smith. prospects. I think he's got some potential.
Yeah.
Fielder. And his personality's laid back, which makes me like him a lot. Let's just chill, Joe Smith.
Yeah, good guy. He was a second rounder.
All right, who's number 2?
Is it
Virginia? Yeah, they had a bounce back year.
They so I'm gonna give myself some credit. Podcast where I said I have no idea what the fuck Virginia's gonna do. They could be good or they could be bad, and I was totally right because I covered every single option. Right, so they were in the good category.
I didn't think they were going to be good.
Casted a
I didn't
wide
think
net
they were going to
there,
be
huh?
good last season on paper, and then they swept my ass in the playoffs, and I was like, damn, maybe these guys are good. So, a lot of respect to the new GM. I think Andrew was his name.
Yeah, I think his name's Andrew.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he kept it pretty close
yeah, he did.
too for
He
most
did.
of the season. Like, I know you ended up pulling away kind of towards the end, but yeah, he's got some good young. Like, I really like Tim Cree as a guy in this league. I've always kind of liked Tim Cree's profile. Just like a really quality second baseman.
Yeah, he was better than I thought he was, and he always got clutch hits against us. I think he got.
He's
He
got
was
a
way
6
good in the
stash
post.
too.
Yeah, I think that little symbol right there is the MVP from the series I played
Oh,
against him.
yep. Mike Higgins is also like I feel like better catchers in the league.
Dave Castillo's got a wicked eye. That guy's pretty good. There's just like a whole bunch of good talent on this roster, no like real weak points. So
I mean, in a weak division, Virginia's been
yeah,
playoffs 3 out of 4 times, just like
Yeah.
you have. So
yeah. I think they got a good team in front of them, and I think Andrews made some good moves this offseason. Like he brought in Juan Marquez, who I think is a good pitcher for his rotation. And a couple bullpen arms. So just like kept things pretty similar, which I think is a good move.
yeah,
But just added to it. So
he added Chris Barnett at third base too, who like doesn't have the best ratings, but again, put up a ton of WAR last year. Had a great season. He actually probably took a dev hit recently. It's like so. Paid $17 million over 3 years for Barnett. We'll see if that's a good signing or not.
Yeah. I mean, I like the team. I think it's well put together.
there's no liabilities. There's no like real standouts, I don't think, but there's no liabilities either, which can win you a lot of games.
Well, I feel like the GM before Berto, one of the things that he was really struggling with was kind of similar to Baltimore's injuries. Like he
Yeah.
that like
I think he like the year he won the division. I think he had it handily, but I think he lost like 3 players at the end of it, and he held on to winning the division, but like didn't hold on to like just lost instantly in the playoffs, which was
yeah.
sad because he was having a really good run. So
What an amazing run last year because I feel like he does superstars on this. Like a lot of good players, but no one blows your socks off.
Yeah.
yep.
Quality pitching all around though in his starting rotation.
And the bullpen.
Yeah.
It just defined your guys' division last year, though. I mean, like second place was, not a. It's what like fourth place in the Ruby division was. So
Well, I mean, he won 87 games, so he would have been.
yeah,
He had as many wins as you did for place in the Ruby.
it's true.
San
I
Diego
forget.
really helped.
Stupid. Yeah, it's like,
You're not stupid. I'm just saying, like he had a sneaky good year last year. That's all.
it is one in the
Yeah.
morning here. So
Oh no, totally. I got you. Yeah. No, he just had a sneaky good year last year. I think I feel the same way you guys do, though, or at least how I think you're feeling is. I don't know about Virginia. I don't know if they're going to be good again this.
I don't know about him
Like
either.
I think again with the competition outside of Kingston, what competition is there? We're going to talk about a few other teams here, but we'll have to see if they're going to be a top team here. And when you're playing against other shitty teams, So if there's not a lot of depth to Topaz, you might be able to win more games. It's kind of like the opposite effect of what I was talking about with, a tougher division where you have to go through this gauntlet of games and it might cost you the wild card.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Want to look at his system?
He's got Bobby Mason,
Yeah, he looks good.
another third baseman.
He's got arm too, so we could actually play.
Alonso looks close.
Alonso
Alex
looks real close.
Alonso.
He's got good range, not the best, but good error too. So he might be a good
I think, yeah.
good outfielder.
Yeah, that might be like a late season call up there.
My scout loves his avoid K a lot more than so. Yeah, he's got a pretty lot of green, right? A lot of green, as you said.
Yeah, serviceable
agree.
players, serviceable major league players. So
Yeah,
hopefully, that's
A lot of them are on Virginia, right? 2 or 3 of them. So a couple call ups looks like Jesse Glancy looks like a call up maybe. Nick Guzman looks like a possible call up. Both played in the AA level last year.
Jesse Glancy looks really good actually.
Yeah, he's got good range.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does look good.
maybe not as a center fielder, but
Yeah, it's like a corner out though. That's some pretty
maybe a
good shit
right
there.
fielder.
He could play right, absolutely. Yeah.
Great bars.
He's a thinking man's ball player.
All right. Any last thoughts on Andrew's team?
Uh,
It's
good team. He's doing a good job. So just keep it up.
If he's winning
Maybe.
if he's winning with this team, he's got something figured out. So
Yeah, absolutely.
especially with 87 wins with this team, like it doesn't stand out to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think you said it, Paul. Like it doesn't stand out. Like
No.
doesn't
I mean,
wow me,
I
but
hate to
like
keep shitting on the Topaz division, but I feel like
It's okay.
this team gets eaten up in any other division, and I think they're good enough though to be a playoff contender. Like again, top 2 teams in each division make it, so like I think he can compete for the second place spot in the Topaz. Absolutely. There's like a lot of good quality players on
mhm.
this team. So, yeah.
Yeah, like what he's done.
I'm going to keep shitting on Topaz until they prove me wrong.
Yeah, no, you absolutely should. Our division blows, and there's
Which
a couple guys on the cusp. So hopefully this turns around soon.
yeah. All right, let's move on to our next team.
St. Louis, right?
Louis, yeah, George. Let's see.
He is the
I don't
first
know.
in was the Frank Danzig #1 overall pick over in the
Yep.
inaugural
We like to
draft.
talk about Frank.
Sure was.
Frank is definitely going to be a Hall of Famer someday.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a down year last year, kind of, right? But still was pretty
Yeah, after
amazing.
putting 7.41 to 5.6, that's a
Yeah.
hit.
They were in a playoff spot or like on the cusp, like they were fighting with Virginia late. And then Frank Danshik got injured heading to the last sim. And that really kind of killed them because I think their schedule was soft. And so, if they have, I don't know, let's say top 5, top 10 player, they probably squeak in, I think. So,
Me and St. Louis,
Yeah.
if I believe correct, like I really wasn't in the running for second place of the division at all last year, and I was fighting St. Louis for that wild
Well,
card spot.
you pulled away at some point because
I did
Phoenix
pull
finished
away.
4th with 86, and St. Louis finished 2 games back. So you're right. Danzig might have made up those 2 games.
Yeah. I remember
Yeah.
like watching St. Louis intently because I was like, that's a team that could miraculously or not miraculously but that's the team that could like take me out, And
Yeah.
they didn't. And when I saw him go down, I was like, oh boy, I got a chance now. So
I will say, um, St. Louis still isn't really using the budget fully, right? Like 33 million sitting. So I'm not sure what their plan is. Like if they're going to try to sign some guys at the last minute in the lineup, because there's
No,
definitely some holes in the lineup, right? Like
he's not going to sign anybody though. I think we've seen it for like 4 years now. I've been begging him to
exactly.
do anything, and
And
he's
George is
just
not super aggressive.
yeah.
Good players out there, so I hope he does put that money to good use. He didn't max his budgets either. You think he'd want to develop some of his guys, if he's got all that money sitting around. But
Make a run at Omar Gonzalez, George.
yeah,
Do it.
I agree. You need a hitter to back up Danzig.
Yeah,
It's
imagine that
always a
one
Danzig
too.
win. Yeah, nasty one too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully George listens to this and he goes and makes a move. And he's kind of like the same advice I gave, or advice is the right word. Same comment I made about Baltimore. Like if you're there at the deadline, go make a move. Like try to make that extra push to get into
It's
the postseason. Then anything happens.
it's worth
So
it because sometimes you might open your window up and you build around it. I mean, it's scary at first, but
yeah, I
you
know
got to do it.
it sucks to lose Danzig, like you mentioned, like a sim before, but at the same time, 84 win team. If you had made any moves in the postseason with so much free cash, who the heck knows where
Yeah,
finishes with a.
because I don't think he's made a trade for any of his picks. Like I think he has all of his
He
assets.
mentioned that. I
So
mean, and that's his style. He mentioned he likes to kind of just build his team and like kind of hold firm. Um, I just
which
think it's really tough to win in an online league with 28 other real people when someone's not afraid to sell the farm
yeah.
championship one year.
I don't think it's the worst thing though short term because like you see his fan loyalty is above average, his fan interest is 96.
He
Like
does really
he's
have really high fan interest.
yeah, like he keeps things up, like his budget stays high and then like long term, let's say he's like an 85 win team consistently, that market size will go up, his budget will like stay high. So like maybe that's the long game here, maybe.
Yeah, I think he drafts well. I mean, he's got a really great system. And like you mentioned, yeah, the fan interest. So I think in terms of franchises in the Topaz division, he's definitely in the top tier of like in good shape. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of managing his organization. So, um, I don't know. I like to go after the people who aren't being super aggressive, but in terms of like overall job, he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think he's done okay. I think there's room for improvement, but I think all things considered, there's worse teams that you could be if you were a new GM taking over any team in the league. So
Yeah.
Is St. Louis a new GM or is he not?
no, I'm saying like hypothetically, if like a new GM came in and got to pick a team to take over, there's worse teams to take over than St. Louis. Like they're in
Oh
decent shape,
yeah,
all things
yeah.
considered.
Yeah.
St. Louis is he's running a tight ship. I think he knows what he's doing. I've been in issues before. It's tough to not to want to trade people away or draft picks because he's like it's tough. But sometimes it's worth it. You get what you.
Got to do what you got to do. Yep.
All his prospects are pretty far away, but he does have a decent system. I will say Carlos Castro is always kind of my favorite. I thought he was going to be the one. Oh, he was the 1-1. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
An appropriate 1-1. And then he
He was
didn't
the
end
first
up
ever
being.
amateur draft pick.
Yeah, he didn't end up being the best prospect of that class, surprisingly. But um, he's progressing, and I love his bars, and he's going to be a stud if he makes it
yeah.
majors. Need that avoid K to fill in for
I was
sure.
gonna say that avoid K's is like that lingering 80 changeup.
Yeah.
It needs to move. It needs to move, but it's not as bad as the lingering 80 changeup or whatever.
Yeah.
It sits there forever at 20. Like, come on, move.
Do something, please. Yeah.
Craig Siemens is pretty close too. He looks like maybe a DH first baseman. Looks pretty good. And then the last guy I see in terms of like maybe close prospects. Um, yeah, and that's all I see for St. Louis. Any last thoughts?
No, I think he's got a good team. He put a good run up last year. I think he just came up just short. Um, I think he just needs to make a move and you know, use that money wisely.
All right.
You don't save that 33 million next year, so
Let's look at our next team then. That's the Indianapolis Predators. Indy finished last year 70, so slightly below 500.
is this his
Indy's
first
been one of
season
the
in our
so yeah,
league?
Bob took over. Um, I want to say with like 3 or 4 sims left last year. So
Yeah, I made a trade with him at the deadline.
yeah, I think he took over right at the deadline.
Yeah.
So this is going to be his first full season. So we'll see what he can do here with the Predators. I don't know. I think they're a middle the pack kind of team, and
Yeah. Herb left him some things that are okay, but like, yeah,
I think
they're
Herb
yeah,
had
like you
some.
middle of the pack. They got a
so
lot of
Indy,
money, so maybe that'll be long term good for them. But
Indy's 1-2 overall in the inaugural. Justin, we've talked about how he's moved on and he's now pitching for the Sasquatches. So when you kind of like, I feel like the inaugural draft wasn't that. And that first round really talks about who the cornerstone pieces are for a lot of these franchises. That kind of speaks volumes of where Indy's at. They don't have a piece like that.
yeah, it's a good point. I don't think they're terrible. I like their pitching. Like some of their top guys, like John Floor is pretty good. Chris Siegel is. I think Daniel Jennings is young. Yeah, yeah, that guy will be really
Looks
good.
real nice. Wow, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, there's a lot to like about their pitching. I don't know about their bats. Like, there's a couple guys who are decent. Like Patty Clardy is good. Um, there's another guy that was okay that I can't remember off the top of my head. But like, nothing that stands out batting wise. I think so.
No. Second
I
baseman,
mean,
maybe.
Oh, Mike
okay,
Booten.
click, yeah, click
Yeah,
on Mike.
Mike Booten.
Oh, that's good. Matt Johnson looks nice, but Mike Booten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Can't
had a
really play the
-4
field.
last year. He didn't really play well. Yeah,
That's why he's DEHing, right? Mike Booten?
Yeah, that's pretty smart.
yeah.
I don't know, give him another year to develop.
I
I
need to
think
come
that
in for
there's a
sure.
lot there.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think Indy is not a good team. I think again, new GM's taken over, so the
He's gonna get the feel of his team. I think he needs to feel it out this year, and
Yeah, and then this trade deadline off season might be where he
yeah, I
starts
think
to
the
really.
direction's clear, right? Like he's not trying to compete right now. It's not. It's not what he has on paper.
I really like his pitching actually. Lots of young guys there.
That was where he went in the draft, so that would make sense.
Yeah,
Where Herb before him. John Floor isn't terrible. Nice pitcher.
yeah. I mean, 5 WAR guys don't grow on trees for pitchers. Yeah,
no.
Yeah, you mentioned Jennings. Jennings looks. Yeah, the starting rotation looks pretty good.
yeah,
I still don't think they're much though. That lineup sucks.
yeah. It's pretty mediocre. I think there's nothing. It's like elite defensively to at least like make up for. Or actually, Zerwolchek is pretty elite defensively. But like nothing crazy. Yeah, you're right.
And then prospect wise, decent system. A lot of green again.
Sea Green.
A lot of pitching. His prospects are very system is very pitching heavy. Excuse me.
Pitching's important,
It is.
Yeah,
Just saying.
and
There's
there's our pitching's kind of thin in
top
our
6
league.
prospects are all pitchers.
I think the skill floor for pitching has increased the most since the first season,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, big time.
but there's still a ways to go.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet. It's not
Yeah.
not quite balanced yet.
And I will say, Indy didn't add, and again, just like they don't have any like big studs, but they didn't add really any big stars.
They
I
got
mean,
them. They got the
offseason. They didn't
money.
lose anybody big. It was just kind of like a
They
kind
got
of
the
an
money
easy
to do it. They just need to.
transition.
I think they need to make the move if they want to try and. I think they have a chance of doing something with the damage with the pitching rotation he has. I'm not sure about his bullpen looks decent too, looks somewhat.
There's other good pitching rotations that have good lineups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watches like the Seals, like this team doesn't compete with that kind of thing. I think so.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think? On to the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we don't have to spend too much time on these bottom dwellers.
I want to talk about Huron a bit.
We're talking about
Oh, we're not there
Huron.
yet. We're not there yet. We got one more.
Oh, okay.
got
Oh, we
Mac
got one more
Louisville.
before them?
Mac in Louisville.
Oh,
Mac is
okay.
also a brand new
We
GM.
got
at
Nashville too,
State.
don't we?
Nashville was last, actually.
Mac walked into a nice spot.
71 wins last year. I think so too. I think Louisville is the team to look out for besides Kingston.
I do too.
Maybe besides Virginia, but I think it's Virginia and Louisville who are battling for two.
I think Louisville last season was like one Lane Hazeltine non-injury and like a captain away from being in playoff contention. If they have Hazeltine the whole season, and then I was looking at his roster mid-season, everybody was like pissed off at each other because they were losing. They were all complaining. So if they had a captain, things maybe go a bit different for them. And I think they're set up pretty well. Miles did a really good job getting them to where they are. So
Yeah, it's unfortunate we lost Miles. Glad to have, but Miles just got busy. But when he was here that first year, he was super engaged, and he did do a really great job.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mac hasn't decided what direction he wants to go yet with the team. He was talking about rebuilding again, so he might tear this down with some of these young guys. And
I hope he doesn't.
push out.
Because there's something here.
I think so too. If you look at the top pitchers list of like the preseason predictions, he's got 3 of the top 10 pitchers in the Fire Conference. And
That makes
Dominic,
sense.
Pearson.
Yeah.
So
And Danny Marshburn is a rookie who I think can win Rookie of the Year potentially. But yeah, those 3 guys at the top of his rotation are ridiculous.
yeah, and he's got King Kong as we talked about.
King Kong, yeah, the Korean Kong, yes.
Yeah, he's a stud.
Yeah.
He didn't regress like the pitchers that we talked about.
Yeah. Oh wow, he's scary. Wow.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna make a turn this year. I think
I think he should. Yeah.
maybe the Topaz division ain't looking so. We shouldn't be talking shit as much. As
I got people right on my
yeah.
tracks here in the Topaz division. Like I'm looking in the rear view and I see a couple guys, and this is one of them. So
Your division has the best pitching for sure. Way
yes,
better than the Ruby.
yeah,
I mean, looking at the top 10 list, we'll get to Huron has 2 pitchers in the top 10. 3. Indy had 2 with Floor and Siegel. So yeah.
Wow.
hit Danny Marshburn really quick. He's a rookie. I think he
where
should be
is it?
pretty good.
Oh yeah, right here. Hitting the 4 spot, 50 over 80. Ooh. With the old
Captain.
trait.
Oh, they got the captain they needed. There we go. The rookie. Yeah. Can hit some homers, and he can play good center field defense. So maybe that's the difference right there for him.
Yep. So we'll see what he decides to do. Danny Marshburn is actually his top prospect, so he's going to come off his prospect list. He's got some serviceable prospects for the future, all pretty young. I do like Judah Walker. He was the 1-3. I think he's a two-way player, much like
He is.
he was drafted the same time as Zach. We talk about this, I think, every season. Zach
Yeah.
Doctor, they were drafted like back-to-back almost. So he looks like an okay pitcher, no control, so not really great. And a mediocre hitter as well. But he plays catcher, and he's a good catcher ability. So actually, those are good hitting bars for a catcher also.
I was gonna say those are pretty good hitting bars for a catcher. So and he can play like defensively as a catcher. Like he's got good catcher ability. So
I know everybody's different. If I was Mac, I would not be pitching this.
I probably wouldn't either unless we were desperate with that 30
Yeah, I
control.
wouldn't pitch him. I wouldn't
Which is
pitch
so
him either.
sad. Like if he could get it to 40, I would consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would consider it at 40 as well.
But 30 is unplayable, unfortunately.
Interesting personality. You see a lot of orange
Just that
there,
asshole.
but the actual like personality says demonstrated mental toughness and a capacity to learn in his academic settings. Scouts disagree about whether it will translate. It's a very undetermined personality. All right, next team.
Yeah.
Any last thoughts there?
Yeah,
I think they're in a good spot. I think they'll
Yeah,
be
we're
competitive
well,
this season.
keep clicking that. It's getting late for me.
Yeah, I'm like, where are you going here?
I have no idea.
Teams away. Teams away.
Few
We're happy
teams
to
away.
see.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
Next up, we have the Huron Herons.
Oh, I'm excited to talk about these guys.
You're
Yeah.
on. Yeah, they've been
added
like
a lot of worms.
subpar team in the league. That's for
Oh,
sure.
worse than that, they've been straight bad.
They've been straight
I
horrible.
don't think they'll be bad this season, though.
I don't think so either. I think they're going to be a good team.
I think he's got the formula. The formula for pitching, I think he's figured out for our league. Like his starting rotation's really good, so
Yes.
a lot left to be desired from the bats, but like he's got a couple young guys that are really good. Like Victor Rivera at shortstop is great. Yeah, that guy's nasty.
Looks like he traded for Tom Lemieux.
I think free agency, or did you trade for him? Either way.
Denver looks like.
Ah, okay. Disruptive.
Yeah, but he's a starting pitcher that, you know, you need a diva as a starting pitcher.
Three-time All-Star.
Yep. That's all
I
that
don't know.
matters.
Yeah, no, he's definitely. I mean, I think we all agree. Like Huron, I was saying this about Denver earlier, but Huron is the worst rebuild from year one because the dude drafted all prospects and they weren't all great prospects.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, when he was on the clock on pick one and he picked like some, I was like, what is he like? Does he realize this isn't an actual draft or?
It was Pat Farrow, I think, that he picked. Yeah.
Michael's been super active. He's added some great pieces here.
I think he's listening as we speak. So.
Jesus, there's no way anybody's still up listening to this.
I saw him post something on the Slack.
Oh my god.
Funny. I don't think I'll remember the last 45 minutes. Yeah. I mean, he's got some okay pieces. I think again in a division that's competitive, he can definitely hang around. Compete for that 2 spot.
Preseason prediction had him at 97 wins.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for everybody next
Yeah.
I just want to say, I saw that and I was like, "Are you serious? Huron with 97 wins?"
It does have him winning the division. That's Kingston at 73 wins.
I put all AA guys to start the second sim of spring training, so
Jacob's like share nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, again, he does have the 2 pitchers in the top 10. He's got Mark Morales, and Brett Johnson. Both of those guys are ranked top 10.
That's crazy. I think Morales won like Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Morales? Oh, sorry. I forgot I was driving.
Pitcher won Rookie of the Year? No.
No.
He just won a Golden Glove.
Oh, no, he got robbed of Rookie of the Year. That's right. Because he put up like almost 6-4, but people didn't hit the fucking pitcher tab, so they didn't see.
This is why we're turning this shit off.
Yeah, I agree. That seals it for me. I was on the fence.
I want to say I voted for him for Rookie of the Year.
I sure did.
I always vote pitchers higher because I know they're not free votes.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually really kind. uh, yeah, this
alrighty.
guy's nasty.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't got much else other than keep it up, Michael. Thank you for putting together a team that looks like they'll be good soon.
He wants
So
to. He wants to just keep going up. I think he really wants to be a competitive team. I think the joke was 2010, and I think he's trying.
yeah,
Well,
I think we'll be well before that
I
mark.
think he's gonna be before that. I think he just needs to work on his hitting, maybe.
Yeah, there's some holes there. There's stop gaps,
I think
but
pitching's. He's got his pitching there. So.
his
I think
pitching's figured out. There's a couple batters that need some work, but like
And
they shouldn't be terrible
he
either.
still has a farm, so I mean, he's got the 7, 8, and 46 right there as his top
Yeah.
team prospects. So and
He was
are
trying
they
to improve like
close?
his second base and like his catcher, I think. He's been like posting about those, so I don't know, we'll see. I imagine he makes a trade at some point. I think he's thirsty to win.
Salazar might be a little close, but not
Well, I will
that
say,
close.
if he's thirsty to win, he looks kind of like prior to kind of exploding onto the scene. He's got a lot of young guys. But yeah, I mean, let's see. There's some free agents out there, and he's got 52 million. So
Sign Omar Gonzalez.
right, yeah, I know you've got Jesse Carter here, who looks pretty nice, but I'm sure you can find a spot for a former MVP who looks still Gonzalez, or yeah, there's some other really great free agents out there still.
No, yeah.
Omar is the cream of the crop.
Do we got anything else? We got one more team left.
I
Let's
got
go
nothing.
Huron's system real quick, and then yeah, let's last. Huron is one of the better systems in the game. We can't.
Yeah, I want to say that they are.
Well, you spent
Got
like
7 NBA
70
prospects.
million that one year on international guys. I sure shit hope they're good.
Yeah, it was a smart strategy. When they're that young, they're not gonna always work out.
Yeah, but I mean, if you got money to burn, then fuck it.
This must be one of them. This must be one of them. He's number
Yeah,
68.
I think Andre Crawford is number one prospect is another one.
No, he was a third round.
Oh, was he? Oh shit, yeah. Okay, Miguel Pino
I
is one of them.
Moyle.
Moya, and then I think Tejada were the four that he signed.
Moyle, yeah, Moya's the one.
Yeah, Moya might be the one. That
Yeah,
actually.
does.
But he's got that 25 changeup.
But he can throw a forkball, dude. You're telling me he can't learn a changeup? Come on.
He may.
All right.
He may.
Let's move on to Nashville. Here, let's wrap
Okay.
this up. I think we're all
Wrap
tired.
this up.
Yeah. I don't have much to say about Nashville. This team, no offense, I don't even know their GM's name. He doesn't talk, but
Yeah,
his
that's
team
okay.
kind of
Cody-
stinks.
Cody, his team has kind of fallen off. He made the playoffs in 2002, so he's not one of the teams looking for that first berth, but he's kind of gone downhill since then. He's
Yeah.
on vacation right now, so he's kind of missed most of this offseason. So I expect his team's going to suck again this year. But he's a nice guy. He's been a super active GM in that sense. So yeah, he's just definitely going in the wrong direction right now.
Yeah. I don't think he really has much money to work with either. He said he was broke back a while ago.
Yeah, he doesn't have much. $3 million.
Yeah.
That's not much.
Pretty low budget, so hopefully his prospects, it looks like he's got some
Dan
guys,
Minty.
thankfully.
This guy, I believe, went through 2 drafts.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
He's only 19.
Yeah,
He's gotta love that 80 plus stuff. It's 80
Change-up.
It's a change up, yeah.
It's a change-up.
Change up.
I give it 2 years
He doesn't
before
have
that's
a
like a...
fastball. Or is a splitter's a fastball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the fastball. I don't know. I think he's got to have the fastball. Oh,
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. I mean, they're a team.
Yeah. Sorry, Cody. Your team's really bad right now.
And you got the shit end of the stick because it's fucking 145 and we're all
145,
like
your
gassed.
team's really
So
No one wants to look at your team.
yeah, I'm sorry, Cody. We're doing you a disservice here, man.
So I think that wraps up Nashville. No, we did talk about Dan Minty. Let's talk about his prospects real quick. He's got 6 top 100 prospects,
yeah.
right?
He's got to have a system.
I like Corey Sheehan, except for he can't play the field. He's like straight DH, which is too bad. Seth Thomas looks really good. He was the 121 pick too. That was a really good pick for the 21st.
Wasn't that in the inaugural?
No, was it? Oh, I think you're right.
I think that might have been an inaugural. I remember that name.
Yeah, I think he went. I think he drafted young.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. Kind of a douche.
Unmotivated.
Dogs it, but yeah,
Well, that's why.
Yeah, if he pans out, that'll be good.
yeah.
Well, he knew he had to draft him young because he knew he was going to be unmotivated, so it was going to take him a couple of years to get there. But he does look good.
His minor league stats have been pretty bad.
Yeah, they have been.
Yeah. Yep, I think so, Cody. I think if he's like looking to dismantle some of the pieces of his team and continue to build in his system, kind of turn it around.
Yeah, 50% retained. Just get whatever you can and then try to start over as quickly as possible, I think is probably the course of action.
You guys already looked at Bartlett, right? But John Bartlett, did you look at him?
No, I don't think so.
He's a two-way player. He's a 60-80 hitter. It's 35-35 pitcher. I don't know.
Oh
why
my
team
God.
would probably take him off pitching
Yeah.
Yeah.
and just let him hit.
Yeah.
Let him hit.
Yeah.
He's not a pitcher. Just hit.
I mean,
let
his
him.
pitching stats last year were fucking garbage. I don't know if you let him hit last year. Let's see batting.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, he's terrible. Oh no.
Couldn't make contact at all, but he got on
Oh,
base like at
yeah,
an
he
okay
did 2
clip,
straight
all
years.
things
This is gonna be his
considered.
third season. So he actually in 57 games last year, he put up almost 2. So this guy could be easily a 50 homer dude if you play him right.
Yeah, there's a lot of promise there.
Yeah. So, all right, we gave Nashville its time. I filled
Yeah.
a couple minutes there. So, Cody, hope you get back from vacation soon. Yeah, your team needs some work.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's rank them. Right, let's end this shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I think we
gotta
should do
do
it
that.
differently. I think we should all go at one at a time. First place.
Okay.
Who's going to be in first place? 3, 2, 1. I'm going to say Kingston.
Okay, I will take. I'll go out on a limb. I'll say Kingston.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the same.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to be different. I'm going to choose Louisville.
For number 1.
I'm just kidding. I picked Kingston already.
Who do you got
Okay.
for number 2?
Number 2. I'll go Louisville. I do like what Louisville looks like right now.
I'm the same. I have Louisville too.
I wanted to, but now I'm gonna go with Virginia. It'll be different.
I think they can be 2 as well. Like I think it's close between like
Same.
a couple teams here.
Same. And if we all pick Louisville, it's definitely not Louisville. Go Virginia. I'll put Louisville number 3 though. You guys take it.
I'm going to take Virginia 3.
I'm taking Huron 3.
All right, I like it.
I believe in the pitching.
I'm gonna go Huron.
I've got to go Virginia 4.
I was going to go Huron 4.
All right, 5.
St. Louis.
Indy.
At St. Louis as well.
I like Indy's pitching. I'm gonna go Indy.
All right, I've got 6 for Indy.
I got 6 Indy and Nashville 7.
Yeah, I think Nashville 7. I think we're all in agreement there.
Cool.
So that means St. Louis is 6 for me.
All right, and who's coming out of the Fire Cup? Go visit the next.
Spokane.
Yeah, is it gonna be the
Sasquatches.
Sasquatches, Chris? Are you guys picking your own teams?
Oh yeah.
Um,
It's gonna be me against.
I want to pick my own team, but I don't want to bet against San Diego either. So I'm gonna pick my own team, but like, I would be surprised to see San Diego making it out either.
Fair enough.
I have to be cocky and pick my own team. So you know.
I like it. I love the confidence.
I like it too. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna give it to Phoenix.
Nice. I like it.
Wild card run again
I love it.
to be swept in the championship.
I can see him doing it. If their bats get hot at the right time, then they're hard to beat. So
Honestly, I just didn't want to pick my brother. I didn't want to pick either of you guys.
fair enough.
No, it's been a pleasure. It's almost 2 a.m., so hopefully the league enjoys the listen.
Yep.
It's quite a long one. We got it all done with though. It's no 2-part series, so all done in one shot.
Yeah.
Fast forward.
I honestly
Good job, boys.
Commitment from you both for hopping on, and this is awesome. So
absolutely, anytime. This is
great.
great.
It. Yeah. Hopefully this is an enjoyable one for everybody.
Yep.
Good luck this season. We start Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Real-time sim. May not do real-time sim every single. Expedite a few of these, I think, but yeah, looking forward to another fun season. Maybe this postseason, Chris now knows how to sim, and with his non-dial-up internet connection, we can maybe actually broadcast some of these playoffs with some.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. You know, get us going. Get you guys some enjoyable content to watch during the playoffs. You know, so you don't have to. I've heard it's been pretty horrible. So I'll.
I hate
What'd you say? What was that?
I hate you too. I'm just kidding. No, yeah, for real. This has been fun tonight. I enjoy breaking down the league and taking a look at this team and giving every GM their 6+ minutes in the spotlight.
Yep.
And then Cody his 3 minutes at the end.
Sorry, Cody.
Sorry, Cody. It's late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't finish last in your division.
That's you know, I will say this. I was kind of excited. I got to talk to him about my team before I got to talk about your team, Paul. So yes, finally.
Yeah, you've been at the bottom.
I've been in the bottom in the past few years.
You know, before breaking up, let's just do real quick last thing predictions for the championship. So we got Jake, you got Galveston versus Kingston. Are you going to take it?
I'm winning.
Okay, sounds good. We've got New York versus Spokane.
Oh, you know, Spokane's gonna lose it again for the Ruby division.
Oh, you like
to New York? I'm gonna be not. That's where I'm not gonna. That's where I'm gonna go, Los.
I like it's in New York, back-to-back champions.
Yeah.
Phoenix, and it's definitely going to go to New Orleans over Phoenix. All right, this has been fun. Thanks, guys. And
yeah.
I'll
have a good night.
Yeah, it's good doing this.